Welcome. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Konstakademien and the program Jewish Berlin, The Pity of It All. My name is Lizzie. I'm the director of Judisk Kultur Sverige, Jewish culture in Sweden. This is a part of a series that we started with in 2014 with Jewish Vienna, the formation of modernity, and then on to Jewish New York. And now on the day of Kristallnacht, we choose to explore Berlin and the pity of it all, which is a title of Amos Elon's book. Amos Elon was our guest a few years ago here in Sweden. We look forward to an inspiring and interesting day together with you. This program was made possible due to general contributions from Barbara Osher Pro Suecia Foundation, Gerald and Monica Nagler Foundation, and Goethe-Institut Stockholm. I also want to thank Kulturrådet Stockholm Stad and region of Stockholm. Just a few logistics before I leave the floor is that we are many here today. And so in case of emergency, in case of an evacuation, do not use that door. There are two galleries here on the left-hand side and right-hand side. If we need to get away, these are the two exits that we're going to take and not that one. There will be a lunch intermission. So because we are many, I have to say we ask the kitchen to prepare wraps. It's easy to buy, so you don't have to stand in line wait for Grita or whatever. So just go and get a wrap. I hope that the galleries, not sure, will be open. They will be open so you could spread out a bit because it's very crowded here. So you can take your wrap and a cup of coffee and look at the beautiful art also that Konstakademien has to offer. This program is cooperation with Goethe-Institut and Konstakademien. I would like to invite the director of Goethe-Institut, Arpad-Andreas, to say welcome as well, because he's our partner in this program. I also want to thank the German embassy and ambassador. I'll be back, but first, Arpad, please.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor. It's a delight, and I'm so grateful I can salute you. I promised Lizzie only to take 2 minutes of your time because there's so much to say. I'll start with a confession, Lizzie. Jewish culture in Sweden is one of my favorite partners in this entire country because you run a powerhouse. It's vibrant, it's energetic, and it's fun to work with you, with Lasse, with Monica, Gerald, and all of you. It is always a real, true pleasure. And the beauty is, we just don't talk, we get things done. We had a wonderful event on Wagner, on Heidegger, on the Frankfurt School, on the politics of restitution, which now will finally translate into a body which will help to bring the Washington Agreement that Sweden has signed into fruition. So this actually matters, what we do together, and that is so much fun, as I've said. Today we will travel in time to an era that no longer exists, but we will cherish the beauty of it. And it's an era of immense cultural and intellectual creativity and Jewish productivity in Germany. I've actually had the pleasure to read Amos Elon's book, and there's one figure I would like to share with you. I had no clue about it. No one ever told me about it. I just got it from Amos Elon. In 1933, the very year that the Nazis erected their brutal tyranny and dictatorship with the plans to execute a genocide, the rate of intermarriage between Jews and Germans reached a record high of 44%. Did you know that? I didn't. Some of you will know the story of Rosenstrasse. But the compassion and the solidarity of these individuals wasn't enough to prevent fascism. And neither was the good tradition in Germany, which is German Humanism, universalism, cosmopolitanism. It was too weak. It wasn't widespread enough. And this brings me to the very day, to today. Again, what we witness is violence, is hatred, resentment against Jews, against minorities. But I believe, and I would like to share this final thought with you before I hand over the microphone, the well-being, the safety, the freedom, and also the protection of minorities, such as the Jews, is always, from my point of view, a very clear and very seismographic, a very sensitive indicator for the state of any given society. If they are concerned, if they are worried, if they are under threat, you should all worry. We should all worry. Ultimately, it will have an effect on the protection, the safety, and the freedom of all of us. Judenhass ist Menschenhass. And to prevent this from happening, this is my responsibility, it's our responsibility. And I'll end with a quote. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men, and I will add, for good women too, to do nothing. I wish you a very inspiring day. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Arpad. And before we start, I just want to acknowledge our program group. I want to thank Monika Nagler-Wittgenstein, Lars Dencik, Ricki Neuman, Alexander Freudenthal, and Jakubowski. I would like to thank our wonderful co-workers, and it's Gunilla Lefebure, Birgitta Bredskog, Miriam Meltzer, and Noah Jakubowski, and of course Thomas Frank, who's been my right hand for many years now, and the technical staff here. I would like to invite Chana Schütz, who's a curator at the Neue Synagoge Zentrum Judaicum in Berlin. She will begin with the beginning of it all. Welcome, Chana.
Thank you very much, Lizzie, Monika, that you had the idea to invite me here. This is, of course, a very special day. I'm sorry. This is a very special day, and because we are commemorating the 9th of November pogroms of 1938. I came on Friday, I came from Berlin. We always have a ceremony with the head of the state and so on. But I have to say that this is here, that you are here today, is much more meaningful, and I think it's much more in the idea what you just confessed, that we have to be very much aware what's going on around us, and to be very conscious and to know what happened in order not that this will not happen again. It is sometimes said that the 17th century was the cruelest in the history of mankind. To whom does this apply, if not to the Jews of Europe? In Berlin, just the look of the figures tells us what happened. In 1905, the Jewish population in Berlin numbered 130,478 people, which amounted to 4.3% of the entire population only. It reached its peak in 1926, numbering 172,672 people, again 4.3% of the entire population. On the 1st of April 1945, there were around 7,000 Jews left in Berlin, most of whom had survived the Holocaust, because they were married to non-Jews or children of so-called privileged marriages. You just mentioned this group at the Rosenstraße. Starting in 1941, approximately 7,000 Jews, 7,000 of Berlin's existing Jewish population tried to go underground, but only 1,500 survived hiding in Berlin, with a further 1,500 people managing to make it back from the concentration camps. In all, more than 54,000 Berlin Jews were murdered, a devastation to such an extent that when the Soviet army liberated Berlin in May 1945, there was next to nothing left of the city's former Judaic pulse. It became a place in which nobody believed in a Jewish future. And this is why I show this picture here of the most beautiful synagogue, once most beautiful synagogue of Germany, the synagogue in Oranienburger Straße. And the future was indeed difficult, especially so for most of the survivors who had a much more distinct recollection of the tremendous diversity of Judaism in Berlin than those of us who have only read about it in books. In the past 20 years, I have had the privilege to work at the Neue Synagoge Berlin Zentrum Judaicum Foundation as curator. In this lecture, I will try to give you a portrait of Jewish Berlin using Amos Elon's book, The Pity of It All, a portrait of Jews in Germany between 1743, that's the year Moses Mendelssohn entered Berlin, until 1933 as my guide and my compass. But The Pity of It All is a wonderful title, but the title in Hebrew is even more striking. Requiem Germani, it's called. The new synagogue was and still is situated in the center of Berlin. And until the 1930s, the new synagogue was the Jewish center of Berlin. The synagogue opened its gates in 1866. There has existed Jewish life in Berlin since 1671. You can see it's not a very old Jewish community. The official founding date of the Berlin Jewish community, when 20 families were expelled from Vienna, came to settle in Berlin under the protection of the Grand Duke of Prussia. In the 18th century, the Jews in Berlin shared the fate of all Jews living in Ashkenaz, so in Germany, Austria, Poland, and Russia. They stood more or less protected by the local ruler, but this protection was tenuous. They lived in expectation to be eventually expelled, forced to find refuge in another place. More than 45 years after their arrival in Berlin, in 1714, the Jews were allowed to build their first synagogue. The synagogue in Heiderreuther Gasse was a small, humble building, but it was situated in the center of Berlin, close to the palace of the kings of Prussia. So actually, this is a wonderful etching from the time, but it looks more like the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam than actually the small little synagogue in Heiderreuther Gasse. Moving to the city of Berlin was a matter of strict regulation. The community was responsible that nobody would enter who was not supposed to enter the city. So we have here a Judenherberge at the side. This was under the responsibility of the Jewish community, and only if you had the permission to pass, then you could enter. It didn't mean that you had to live there, but you could enter. When 14-year-old Moshe Dessau, Moses Mendelssohn, his name later, passed Berlin's city gates in 1743, his entrance permit stated, as I said, we don't know if it's true, but I quote, 6 cows, 7 pigs, and one Jew. Moshe Dessau followed his teacher, Rabbiner Frenkel, who had recently become chief rabbi of Berlin. In the Beit HaMidrash, so in the Lehrhaus, the Jewish Lehrhaus, Mendelssohn learned subjects that had been otherwise forbidden by the rabbinical authorities: German, French, Latin, Greek, mathematics, and philosophy. As a later teacher in the house of the silk manufacturer Bernhard, Moses developed into a very successful businessman. This is often forgotten. He was really a very, very successful businessman. And this gave him the freedom to pursue his studies. Moses Mendelssohn eventually became the most important Jewish philosopher of the 18th century, during which he established Berlin as the center of the Jewish Enlightenment, also called the Berlin Haskalah, marking Berlin's first significant appearance on the Jewish map. And here we see him. Of course, this is an etching by Chodowiecki, which was done in 1791, where he was already praised as the most famous Jew of Berlin. And it probably has never happened like this, but you can see already that what happened to the poor Jew who entered, he became a respected a man where even the guards are lifting their heads. Mendelssohn's translations of the Psalms and the Pentateuch into German, published between 1780 and 1783, were printed in Hebrew letters. As most of the Jews at the time neither understood Hebrew nor spoke or wrote German. So these translations meant nothing less than a return to the spiritual roots of Judaism, as well as a revival of the Hebrew language. Beyond helping Judaism reclaim its former self, Mendelssohn's translations opened the doors for the Jews into the German language and culture, paving the path towards their assimilation. This assimilation has its beginning in 1778, when the Jüdische Freischule, the Jewish free school, was founded by Israel Daniel Itzik and his brother-in-law David Friedlander, two wealthy members of the Berlin Jewish community. Just to mention that Isaac Daniel Itzik was responsible for building the road between Potsdam and Berlin, which was very important for Friedrich II. We don't call him the Great, but Frederick II, because he was not very good for the Jews. But he loved this road because it was easy to commute between Potsdam and Sanssouci. The Jüdische Freischule had Jewish and non-Jewish teachers, and their subject included German, French, Hebrew, religion, ethics, geography, mathematics, weights and measures, bookkeeping, drawing, and calligraphy for Latin, Gothic, and Hebrew characters. So you have this here. The school also admitted Christian children. In return, Jewish children were admitted to Christian schools. In 1779, the reader of the Jewish children Lesebuch für jüdische Kinder, we just saw it, was published, and the Hebrew printing shop and bookshop were opened. And I just learned today that the bookshop here is one of your closest partner in your work. So Moses Mendelssohn, here you can see him. Of course, he is our hero in our institution. This is like the entrance to the synagogue. So Moses Mendelssohn is considered the founder of modern Judaism. Mendelssohn was a controversial figure in the Jewish world. admired by some as someone who prefigured the eventual emancipation and equal status of German Jews, as well as their participation in the cultural and political life within their own country. Others, Jews, regarded him as a gravedigger of traditional Judaism, its identity and moral concepts. Moses Mendelssohn himself, as well as his wife, you can see her with the traditional head covering, walked a fine line between law-abiding Judaism and a secular civic existence. I mean, it's absolutely no doubt he did not eat with any of his friends and non-Jewish friends. So just to make sure he was really a very pious Jew. In 1783, 3 years before he died, Mendelssohn wrote in his Traktatus Jerusalem oder über die religiöse Macht und Judentum, Jerusalem or on the religious power of Judaism. I quote, "Adapt yourself to the morals and the constitution of the land to which you have been removed, but hold fast to the religion of your fathers too. If civil union cannot be obtained under any other condition than our departing from the laws that we still consider binding on us, then we are sincerely sorry to find it necessary to declare that we must rather do without civil union." The end of quote. His descendants, though, were not willing to follow him on this path. Although he and his wife, Frommet, remained law-abiding Jews, almost all of the Mendelssohn children became Christians. The Mendelssohns merged into the surrounding society by converting to Christianity. Moses Mendelssohn died in 1786. His wife, Frommet, mother of 10 children, of whom only 6 survived to childhood, moved back to her hometown, Altona, towards the end of her life, where she died in 1812. I think it's probably a symbol that she took this Torah curtain, which Moses and her donated to the Berlin Synagogue in 1775. She took this Torah curtain, was made out of her wedding dress. She took back to Altona, where she actually came from. The Mendelssohn family became a German bourgeois family of important merchants, artists, and scholars. Joseph Mendelssohn, the oldest surviving son of Moses and Frommet, he was born in 1770. He was the founder of the Mendelssohn Bank. In 1833, he was elected chairman of the Corporation of Berlin Merchant, Corporation der Berliner Kaufmannschaft. Joseph Mendelssohn was the only child of Frommet and Moses who did not convert to Protestantism. But his grandson did, and I'm showing here the baptism set of the Mendelssohn family. Joseph Mendelssohn's grandson Franz was later the head of the Mendelssohn Bank. After his baptism in 1890, he became Franz von Mendelssohn. Otherwise, he would not have been ennobled. The silver basin bears the names of 27 descendants between 1890 to 1939. Franz von Mendelssohn, he was born in 1865. He was the last chef of the Mendelssohn Bank in Germany. He died in 1935. He was also the member of the Prussian Herrenhaus, this is like the House of Lords was, and the president of the Industrie- und Handelskammer, and he became a very important consultant to the Weimar Republic government. And now we come to Fanny. Fanny Mendelssohn, her name was, her father took the name Bartholdi. Fanny Mendelssohn Bartholdi, a gifted composer like her brother, the entrance picture to the conference are the two Mendelssohn siblings. She was the only member of the generation of Moses' grandchildren who married a Gentile. Why is that important? Because all of the others married into converted Jewish families of Berlin. Only to be reminded that after 1933, that some of them were, according to the racial laws of the Nazis, Jews, they were Jews, because their paternal and maternal ancestors were Jewish. Now we come to Brendel Dorothea. She was Fromet and Moses' oldest daughter, and she divorced her husband, Simon Veit. The left painting by Darbé is from 1799. This is when she divorced her husband. And this other painting is by Graf around 1790. So very different paintings. She converted twice. First to Protestantism, and then she fell in love with the writer Friedrich Schlegel, and she converted to Catholicism. Dorothea's children, Philip and Jonas Veit, converted like their mother to Catholicism and became Nazarene painters in Rome. So this is what Philipp Veit painted for the Paulskirche in Frankfurt. And I want to go back. No, I want to go back, I'm sorry. Back here. Here we have the barricades, a very important a moment in the history of Germany, and now I'm very happy, Ruth, that you're here, because I want to mention Johann Jacobi. He's the great-great-grandfather of Ruth Jacobi, who was the German ambassador the Swedish ambassador to Germany a long time ago, and a good friend of ours. So many Jews saw the events of March 1848 as the dawn of a new age for Jews and non-Jews alike, a rejection of the prevailing power structures within the state and society in favor of something more democratic. But now I'm going back to Berlin. After the Edict of Emancipation in 1812, Jews living in Prussia were granted freedom to settle inside the Kingdom of Prussia, wherever they wished. So actually, when we talk about Jews living in Berlin in the mid-1850s, we are talking about immigrants to Berlin from the eastern provinces of Prussia, because these were areas where a lot of Jews lived. It was further east, and through the separations to the Silesian Wars, so there were areas where 70% of in small towns, Städtels, we would say, they had the right, because they were Prussians, they were right to move to Berlin. And so also the family of Max Liebermann, which we see here. It's a painting of 1873. And I want to mention it's a great honor to be here in the Academy of Arts. So he became later the president of the Academy of Arts in the 1920s. But here we see him in a self-portrait, and it shows with the utensils of kitchen to cook something, and there's also a chicken here in front of it, and it shows a kosher mark. So why am I showing this? Because going back to what Mendelssohn said, be part of the surrounding and don't really show your Judaism. This was even true for a lot of artists who had nothing to do, didn't want to be considered Jewish artists. And so he shows this because it was only, you could only read it if you would understand a Jewish household, that when in a Jewish family there's a wedding, there is Emily wrote about it, it's a wonderful work. It's a tradition that the bride and the groom get a good chicken soup. And so this painting was actually done for his brother, who married Else Marquardt, and Max Liebermann. 2 years later, he married her sister, Martha Marquardt, who was the last one of the family and who committed suicide before deportation. 1866 marks the year the new synagogue in Oranienburger Straße was established. Open the gates to let a righteous nation in, a nation that keeps the faith. The Hebrew words of the prophet Jesaja shine in golden letters over the doors of the new synagogue in Oranienburger Straße, and I have to say that after the renovation, it's again there, wonderful golden letters looking over the Oranienburger Straße. On September 5th, 1866, the day of the synagogue's dedication, these words were directed at the roughly 28,000 Jews in Berlin. A self-confident Jewish community that was proud of its cultural and economic achievements and wanted to be seen as citizens of Berlin, Germans and Jews at the same time. These aspirations were shown most clearly by the community's new main synagogue, which was modeled on the magical rooms of Alhambra, looking back to a golden age of Jewish existence in the Spanish Middle Ages, and on the most beautiful monuments of Arab culture. Was then, just imagine today, Sure, some Arabic on the outside of a building in the center of Berlin. Just so much for being tolerant. The new synagogue was not only the largest and most beautiful house of worship in Prussia, but it was also one of the most attractive sites in Berlin. Over 3,200 worshippers could be seated in the largest, most beautiful, and also most expensive Jewish house of worship. Actually, the women sat on the balconies, and it was only possible to build this big building because they used iron cast, which you usually only used for railway stations or exhibition buildings. Actually, the Moorish style of the building became the model for a number of synagogues of mostly liberal ritual around the world, like Budapest, Florence, Prague, Chicago, and even the famous Reform Temple Emmanuel in Fifth Avenue in New York. But there was inner Jewish controversy. Some said the synagogue is too pretentious. Some said it looks too much like a church. It had an organ and it had a mixed choir and a beautiful music, a medley of Brahms and Bach, and together we may hear about it today, with Lewandowski. So part of the orthodoxy of the Jewish community left in 1869 and founded the Israelitische Kultusgemeinde Adas Yisroel, the so-called Austrittsgemeinde. The new synagogue was visible from afar as a model of an urban Jewish community that preserved its religious traditions. However, anti-Semites regarded its Oriental splendor as a strange, intolerable provocation and demanded that Jews be excluded from city life. So these are these two quotes. One of these anti-Semites was Heinrich von Treitschke, historian, professor at the Friedrich-Wilhelm-University of Berlin. In December 1879, he stated, I quote, "The most beautiful and splendid house of worship in the German capital is a synagogue, so it can hardly be denied that the Jews are more powerful in Germany than in any other Western European country." On the other side of the anti-Semitic spectrum sat another German academic, Paul de Lagarde, Orientalist and professor an der Universität Göttingen, who in 1881 claimed, "The Jews clearly emphasize their foreign nature every day through the style of their synagogue. How can they claim the honor of being German if they built their holiest sites in the Moorish style as a constant reminder that there are Semites, Asians, and a foreign people?" Treitschke, ardent fighter against the growing presence of the Jewish bourgeoisie, as well as full of hate against the modern city as such, combined his opposition against the Jews of Berlin with his opposition against the city. I quote, "One knows," Treitschke claimed, "when one enters a city, when one sees a synagogue." Berlin was and is a very large city, a metropolis, the only one Germany ever had. In 1900, 2.7 million people lived in Berlin. It was the fourth largest city in the world and had the fifth largest Jewish population. The city experienced a tremendous upturn in economic activities in the Kaiserreich, which was between 1871 and 1918, which went hand in hand with an extraordinary cultural development linked to material wealth that had been unknown until then, and we will hear about it much more today. The Berlin Jews found their place, not undisputed, but it seemed mostly stable and above all permanent. Through the Bismarck Constitution, Berlin Jews were accorded equal rights in 1871. These rights, of course, were subverted during the time of the German Reich, which was predominantly a Christian state, and for the most part excluded the Jews from public office, professorships, and officers' careers. Indeed, social advancement was only possible through education and wealth, and not through the military and the civil service career that were so much respected in Prussia. Frau Professor, Herr Professor. This new reality is why young Jews thronged into schools of higher education and universities in Berlin to become lawyers, physicians, and journalists. Berlin Jews achieved their most important successes in commerce and in the free professions. For many, the advancement from outsider to bourgeoisie became reality in the second half of the 19th century. Jews in Wilhelmine Berlin were not a marginal group, and we are not considering them a minority, and they were, in fact, an integral part of Berlin's citizenry. To wit, in 1905, the Jews of Berlin, not more than 4% of the general population, paid over 30% of the municipal taxes. So we are coming to Rudolf Mosse. Rudolf Mosse born in Graz, also in Posen area, in 1843, died in 1920, was one of the wealthiest Jews of Berlin. This shows one of his, the posters of his publishing house, and it's around 1899, and it shows him with the Berlin Bear, and the heraldic sign is the monogram of Rudolf Mosse. Mr. Treitschke was probably furious to see this, and the foundation of this heraldic motto is the Berliner Tageblatt. The Berliner Tageblatt was the respected and liberal newspaper of Berlin, and you can imagine that 1933 it disappeared. He started, and this is interesting, at the age of 24, he started with an Annoncenexpedition. It was the first advertisement agency in Germany, and he later founded the newspapers, and he also published, now we don't have them anymore, address books as well as phone books. In the same year, in 1899, he asked Anton von Werner. Anton von Werner, he was the president of the Academy of Arts during the imperial time and a favorite artist of the Kaiser. And he commissioned this painting, which shows the Mosse family banquet as a mural for his dining room at the Mosse Villa on Leipziger Platz. This was destroyed in this painting, and together with the house was destroyed during the Second World War, and the sketch is now a place of restitution to the heirs of the Mosse family. At the beginning of the imperial era in 1871, only 7% of German Jewry lived in Berlin. By 1910, the number was over 23%, and Jews continued to move to Berlin during the 1920s. At the end of the Weimar Republic, every third Jew lived in the German capital. The cultural and administrative center of Jewish Berlin remained around the Neue Synagoge, the epitome of Jewish life. It was the temple of the Reformgemeinde. It was the Institute of Jewish Science, die Hochschule für die Wissenschaft des Judentums, the Orthodox Rabbinic Seminary, also known under the name of Ezrael Hildesheimer, and the Scheunenviertel, the barn section that housed many East European Jews who came to or through Berlin, mainly during the First World War. I would like to finish with two paintings which are very different, and here we are. No? Next. Okay. Oh, you have to point at another? No. So this is a painting by Edvard Munch. It shows Walter Rathenau. It's painted in 1907, and it's in Bergen in Norway. Walter Rathenau, you will see him here. He was his father was Emil Rathenau and founder of the AEG, later the largest electricity company in Germany. He actually acquired the Edison lamp at one of the world fairs, and he introduced electricity as a utility to Berlin. His son Walter, born in 1867, took over the AEG after his father's death. From 1914, he worked for the German War Ministry, after the war for the Rebuilding Ministry, and in 1922, he became Germany's foreign minister. On June 22nd, 1922, he was murdered by right-wing radicals. Rathenau was a great admirer of Edvard Munch, whose exhibition in Berlin in 1893 caused a great scandal. The German emperor was furious about it. But he really was not only the most richest one, but he was friends with Harden, and he was a writer, but he felt this Jewish dilemma, I would say, and I quote, "In the youth of every German Jew, there comes a painful moment which can never be forgotten. It is the first time he's conscious of the fact that he is a second-class citizen and that no talent or service will ever be able to free him from this situation." I want to come to the next one, to my last picture. This is a painting by Jakob Steinhardt, the prophet of 1913, so on the eve of the First World War. He painted this. He was part of a group called Die Pathetica together with Ludwig Meidner. Who was I think one of the first ones who showed the apocalypse as an apocalyptic landscape of the city. And Jakob Steinhardt's Prophet, it's the only painting of the Old Jewish Museum which actually we have in Berlin, and it's very prominent in our exhibition. And I want to finish with a quote by Albert Einstein. "How I Became a Zionist," published in the Jüdische Rundschau, June 21, 1921. I quote, "Eastern European Jews are made the scapegoats for certain defects in present-day German economic life. Things that in reality are painful after effects of the war. The confrontational attitude towards these unfortunate refugees who have escaped the hell that Eastern Europe is today has become an efficient and politically successful weapon used by demagogues." And this is what we're experiencing now. The pity of it all, until 1933, Jews were fully accepted citizens of Berlin. And at the same time, they were loyal to the inner circle of the Jewish community. They were, in other words, German as well as Jewish. In 1933, everything turned to Requiem Germany. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chana. Our next speaker, Emily Bilski, is an independent curator, and scholar, and she has organized many exhibitions in the United States, Europe, and Israel. And she will speak about the emancipation of women. If you read Eva Excelsius' enlightening article at Donges Nyheter a couple of days ago, Emily is going to definitely elaborate on that. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Lizzie, for that introduction. To Monica, initially, for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here this morning to discuss with all of you some of the very important legacies of Jews in Berlin, very complex legacy, actually. My topic this morning are the women, the Jewish women in Berlin who had salons. Salons were private gatherings that influenced the public world of arts, music, letters, and politics. Initially led by aristocratic women, salons thrived on a mix of regular habitués and new guests. Though salons attracted the educated and moneyed, they also drew the ambitious and talented to their doors, encouraging the rise of new elites. They were a tremendous engine for all kinds of new social mobility and change. They fostered this social change by bringing together people who would otherwise not meet, men and women of different ranks, religions, and nationalities. Face-to-face conversation in the drawing room had the power to erode stereotypes and class privilege, instituting a new dynamic of egalitarian sociability. These salons, therefore, were central to the development of modernity, social modernity and cultural modernity. They shaped the reception of new cultural movements and advanced early feminism and, as we've already heard a little bit just now from Chana Schütz, Jewish assimilation. The salon also provided women who could not attend university, could not vote, could not hold public office, provided them with a higher education and a forum to develop their talents. The domestic space of the home became a base of influence, both for the women who hosted salons and the guests who attended. Women who headed salons, we refer to them as salonières, emerged as power brokers and impresarios, and many took their contacts and prestige that they got through their salons and helped create their own careers. For Jewish women who had been excluded because both of their gender and their religion, the salon was therefore doubly liberating. Jewish hostesses served as powerful catalysts for change. They welcomed political radicals and aesthetic revolutionaries, providing a haven for those who challenged the social, sexual, and artistic status quo. Though Jewish salonières became the ultimate outsiders on the inside, as we shall see, they nevertheless experienced the painful chasm between social power and lingering prejudice, between their individual accomplishments and ongoing political persecution. So, as you probably all know, the salon originated in France, probably sometime around 1618. Madame de Rambouillet began to welcome friends and public figures into her Paris residence, far removed from the official court. And this was really the first salon, although both that term and the drawing room interior where it took place were later inventions. Initially, aristocratic women would receive guests in their formally appointed bedrooms, which was a space both of intimacy and also confidentiality. The gatherings were usually held weekly at a regularly appointed hour, which is something that continued into the practice into the 19th and actually even into the 20th century. And they included members of both sexes, and this is really an important distinction. Unlike the men-only coffee houses and or literary societies in other European countries. As a result, French sociability was considered unequaled for its civility, which is something which is interesting to bear in mind today. And the painting that I'm showing you here is by Lemonnier, and it depicts an evening at Madame Geoffrin's in 1755, painted in 1812, which in itself is interesting because already in the early 19th century, there's a looking back and a beginning of a kind of nostalgia for these kinds of gatherings. By the mid-18th century, so the time of this depiction, French salons provided an institutional base for Enlightenment philosophers whose beliefs in individual liberty fostered opposition to the absolute authority of church and monarchy. So now the emphasis was less on witty dialogue and witty conversation and more on a kind of reasoned dialogue and really a sphere to promote the progressive interests to help create a liberal public sphere. And that's what we're seeing here. We see several prominent Enlightenment philosophers as well as their revered female hostess, and the walls of her drawing room display paintings by many of the renowned artists who were her guests. Now, during the 18th century, so this is a very important background to understand what happens then with these Jewish women in Berlin. during the 18th century, Enlightenment ideals and Jewish acculturation created conditions that enabled the flowering of social gatherings hosted by Jewish women in Berlin, and we heard some of that already from Chana. Abandoning centuries of isolation, Jews desired to become part of the German mainstream, while the dominant society began to be receptive to the integration of Jews. The salons fostered integration by enabling the hostess and Jewish guests to move beyond the confines of the Jewish community and converse with non-Jews, and by facilitating their acquisition of general German and European culture. So we heard just now about the education of Jewish men in Berlin, but what about Jewish women? How did they acquire this culture? And the salon was really one of the places where this happened, where ideas were exchanged, where informal lectures took place. So it was also a very important educational institution in a way which fostered this ongoing integration. Socializing between Jewish women and non-Jewish men also led to romantic relationships, and in several cases, conversion to Christianity and intermarriage, which we also heard about. The Jewish Enlightenment movement, or Haskalah, matured in Berlin with the writings of Moses Mendelssohn and his circle. In order to reconcile Jewish life with contemporary German culture, Mendelssohn advocated reform of Jewish education, which we heard about. But a new Jewish elite emerged in the wake of the 7 Years' War, which is also an important factor because it's an economic condition which also helped create this atmosphere for the salons. And many of these families amassed tremendous wealth and then began to adopt the dress and language of non-Jewish upper classes and also to entertain on a comparable grand scale. The salons hosted by Jewish women who had been educated in secular subjects emerged when the French style of sociability, that is again mixing men and women, was introduced into Prussia. So this is the general background. And I'm showing you now a portrait of Henrietta Hertz, who is generally considered to be the first Jewish salonière, though actually here she is still technically Henrietta de Lemos, because, which was her maiden name, because this was a portrait that was painted shortly before her wedding. She was the daughter of a prominent Berlin doctor of Portuguese ancestry, and she was 15 when she married Marcus Hertz, a physician 17 years her senior. So you can see here it's quite an interesting depiction. The artist depicted the young bride as Hebe, the goddess of youth and cupbearer of the gods, the daughter of Zeus and Hera. So here Henrietta serves nectar from a jewel-encrusted cup resting on a cloud against which she leans as though it were a plush sofa. These attributes appear in some way to prefigure the role of hostess that she would soon assume. So these allegorical depictions of young women as Hebe were not uncommon in the last quarter of the 18th century, especially as a prelude to marriage. And here you can see a famous example, a portrait of the 18-year-old Marie Antoinette shortly after her wedding. And yesterday, I had the pleasure of going to the National Museum here, and there is actually, I think, the first portrait, allegorical portrait, of a young woman as Hebe painted by Nattier from 1744, which is in this beautiful city in that amazing collection. So despite the fact that this was a common way of depicting these young women, choosing the mantle of pagan antiquity with which to clothe a young Jewish woman from a traditional family still seems a remarkable leap. And I think demonstrates the extent to which the Enlightenment was transforming certain echelons of Berlin Jewry. Though, whereas Hebe became the bride of Hercules after his apotheosis, Henrietta's intended spouse was a traditional Jewish hero, a man distinguished by his intellect and scholarship. And here I'm showing you a portrait of Marcus Hertz, who was a disciple of the philosopher Immanuel Kant. And Hertz gave private lectures in philosophy and the natural sciences at home, which were attended by young intellectuals and nobles. And the way Henrietta's gatherings developed was that people would come to visit her husband, and then they would sort of go off into the other room where she was, and were captivated by her. So her gatherings developed alongside those of her husband's, attracting younger guests with an orientation toward romantic literature, such as Alexander and Wilhelm von Humboldt, who Henrietta tutored in Hebrew. And you can see here that she developed into a very striking beauty. She was extremely tall, of statuesque bearing, extremely intelligent, had incredible facility with languages. The theologian Friedrich Schleiermacher became an intimate and wrote in 1798, and I quote, "No person of importance comes to Berlin without visiting the Herzes," end quote. After her husband died in 1803, she could no longer afford to host her open house. She continued to be a guest and to socialize with many of her counterparts, some of the salons I'll talk about in a minute, but she could no longer afford to entertain herself. Though she had many suitors, she never remarried. She waited until her mother's death in 1817 to convert to Protestantism. In her memoirs, she recalled how difficult it had been for her guests to transcend the differences of class and also of religion, yet how these obstacles were sometimes surmounted through the power of conversation and intellectual engagement. And I'm quoting from the memoir, "The mind is a powerful equalizer, and love, which now and then does not refrain from meddling, often entirely changes pride into humility," end quote. Now, probably the most famous of the Jewish Berlin hostesses was Rachel Levin, later Rachel Varnhagen. Her father was a banker and jewelry merchant, and he had entertained in the family home a diverse group of business associates that included actors, nobles, and musicians, both Jews and non-Jews. After his death in 1790, Rachel continued this practice, although the guests were now drawn by a desire for open sociability and a common interest in contemporary literature, philosophy, theater, and music. One of the young men who attended her gatherings was the sculptor Christian Friedrich Tieck. He was the younger brother of Ludwig Tieck, who may be known to you, was a great romantic writer and famous translator of Shakespeare into German, among many other accomplishments. So Christian executed this bronze portrait medallion in 1796, and it's quite a different approach to the subject than the portrait that we saw of Henrietta Herz. She's seen here in three-quarter profile, looking out to the right with very lively eyes, as if into a brighter future. The smooth planes of the face contrast with the animated treatment of the hair. The swirling curls are alive with movement, drawing the eye away from her face, focusing attention on her head. And indeed, unlike most other Jewish hostesses in Berlin, Rachel Levin was neither rich nor beautiful. People comment, all the contemporary witnesses in letters and other texts comment on her. She was very slight and quite plain looking. But she captivated by means of her penetrating intelligence, wit, empathy, and openness to new ideas. And above all, she was a passionate and original thinker, and this is really how Tieck presents her, as a woman of ideas. It's also interesting that he gives her a moniker, one name, Rachel, sort of like Madonna or something. In other words, she was already becoming a kind of legend who could be identified with this one name. And indeed, it also distanced her from her Jewishness, because her last name was Levin, as the name associated with the priestly class of ancient Israel. And in fact, during the course of her life, as she moved away from that, from her background, she changed her name several times. She aspired to create a new form of egalitarian sociability that would remake society and reinvent her place in the world as a modern Jewish intellectual woman. And you can imagine what a challenge and struggle that was at this time. In this struggle, she mobilized two weapons: the gatherings that she hosted and her writing, consisting primarily of thousands of letters. She used conversation as a means of exploring the world and challenging the conventions of a society that insisted on ostracizing her as a Jew. Conversation was intrinsic as well to her original style and use of language, something she herself termed my dialogical writing. It's very hard to see conversation. We don't have recordings, so sometimes we sort of grasp at certain documents, and this is one of those documents which begins to reveal a kind of glimpse of what might have gone on. They're notes that she took at August Schlegel's Berlin lectures in 1802, but her notes are kind of surrounded by comments from her friends, and you can sort of see, including Friedrich Gentz. One can really see this dialogue at play in the notes that she passed with her friends Gentz and also Prince Louis Ferdinand during this series of lectures. She herself wrote to Gentz much later in 1830, and I quote, "My writing often resembles aromatic strawberries to which sand and roots still cling. You said this once to me, and I am in agreement. Nonetheless, I consider myself one of Germany's premier critics. I must express one more thing about my way of writing. I would never like to write a speech. Rather, I prefer to write down conversations as they actually take place among people full of life." And I think in that quote, you also see that she had a good sense of her worth as a writer, as a critic, as an intellect. Now, the Swedish diplomat and poet Carl Gustaf von Brinkmann was a regular at her salon, and in fact, he was one of the people who introduced new guests to her gatherings. He was very, very central to her and a very good friend. It's interesting sometimes to read between the lines of even what some of these close confidants had to say. And there are many examples, I'm just going to bring one of them now, in which Brinkmann writes to the Countess Louise von Voss, so a non-Jewish friend of his. He expressed an admiration of Rachel that was nonetheless tinged with prejudice. And you can see the quote here, I'll just read it again. "I can assure you that in the presence of this Judensofa, this Jewish sofa, more wit, understanding, and flashes of brilliance are squandered in an evening than in 3 of our gatherings." And this combination of, first of all, the term, Judensofa, and the word squandering, it's a kind of idea expressing a kind of excess or lack of discipline or a measure, which is both admiring and also, in a certain way, critical and ultimately demeaning. As this quote reveals, many of the guests who enjoyed Rachel Levin's hospitality and relished the stimulating evenings at her home nevertheless looked down on her as a Jew. This did not escape her attention, and she expressed her pain at being ostracized in a letter to her friend, the Jewish medical student David Veit. This is another portrait of hers, and just an excerpt from this letter. "I have a strange fancy. It is as if some otherworldly being, just as I was thrust into this world, plunged these words with a dagger into my heart. Yes, have sensibility. See the world as few see it. Be great and noble. Nor can I take from you the faculty of eternally thinking. But I add one thing more. Be a Jewess. And now my life is a slow bleeding to death." After a series of failed romances, Rachel Levin converted to Protestantism and married the author and diplomat Karl August Varnhagen von Ense in 1814. And of course, 1814 is already after the Emancipation Edict, which we heard about already in 1812, but it's also a period now of reaction against liberalism. There's the experience that Germany had of the Napoleonic Wars, and there was a real retrenchment, including many of the people and thinkers who had been Rachel's guests, became very involved in German nationalism and anti-Semitism in their writings as well. So her salon shrank a bit. She moved around. She continued to entertain, but on a much reduced scale. Throughout her life, she was well aware of the worth of her writing and took care to reserve her letters, preserve them. Part of the Varnhagen archive that was donated to the Berlin Library by her husband long after she died, and was there on Unter den Linden. It seemed to disappear after the war and was only rediscovered several decades later in Krakow, in the library of the Jagiellonian University. It was sent there by the Germans for safekeeping, with many, many other things, including extremely rare musical manuscripts. It sits there in Krakow, and it's in a bit of a limbo, and it was actually one of my great experiences as a researcher to go there and to actually look at these books copied out of her letters. It's a huge, really, archive of a certain kind of philosophy and approach to life. After her death, Karl Varnhagen published many of the letters in Rachel, ein Buch des Andenkens für ihre Freunde, Rachel, a book of commemoration for her friends. I also want to take a look, these are mainly salons that involved philosophy and literature. I want to take a look at before I conclude, at two music salons, which were extremely important as well for all of the themes and ideas that we are looking at. In what's known as the long 19th century, the salon provided an important venue for music, influencing styles of composition and performance as well as habits of listening. In an era when there were few public concerts and before the birth of the recording industry, the music salon was a critical site for premiering new works and reviving classical repertoire, introducing fledgling performers to the public and providing musicians and composers with a stage and a discerning audience. Music making was participatory rather than passive. The salonière and many of her guests were often well-trained amateur musicians. By hosting performances in domestic settings, emancipated Jewish salonières were emulating an aristocratic style of sociability and music patronage. And for Jews, the language of music was key to acculturation and integration, since they could embrace music without threatening their Jewish identity, participating as equals. In music, one had no accent. And it's interesting that throughout the 19th century, even extremely successful, one would even say integrated Jews, writers, were criticized for the way they spoke German, as if this was something that could be recognized in their speech. So music was a way of evading this. In music, one had no accent, and listening together allowed for human communion. Salon performances that featured celebrated composers and musicians brought people inside a Jewish home who otherwise would not have approached the door. Fanny Mendelssohn-Hensel, we already saw a portrait of her, described the glittering audience that attended one of her Sunday musicales with guests including, quote, Franz Liszt and 8 princesses, end quote. The salons helped Jewish women negotiate multiple identities, attain social position and professional success, both for themselves and, as we'll see in the case of the next two women, also for members of their families. This is a portrait of Amelie Baer, who was the daughter of the richest Jew in Berlin. She married Jakob Herz Baer, a wealthy sugar refiner and financier. She used this fortune, she was extremely philanthropic, to benefit both Prussian and Jewish charities, to modernize Jewish religious practice through her support of the Reform movement. So this was a woman who did not convert and actually who was actively engaged in Jewish life, and to host a very significant music salon. And here you see her seated in a landscape, not in a domestic interior. The gesture of her hand to the shoulder is a variation on the Roman figure, a personification of modesty and virtue, and it shows her really open out in the world. But the risk of venturing forth into that big world is demonstrated by the fate of another family portrait, which is the portrait of one of her sons, Meyer Beer, as a boy, 1802. It was painted to commemorate, to celebrate, their son Meyer's public debut as a pianist in 1801, and it was a life-size portrait. It was then exhibited publicly in the Academy of Arts. And the anti-Semitic propagandist Karl Wilhelm Grotnauer raised such a huge protest about this public exhibition of the portrait that the family withdrew the portrait to their home. Grotnauer was affronted by the Beers' attempt to live privately as Jews but play a visible role in the city's public life. In other words, to do what Moses Mendelssohn suggested, which was to be a Jew at home and a citizen, a German, in the public space. But with this resurgent anti-Semitism, this was not to be. And so, how did they cope? How did they react? Well, the salon became a strategy for negotiating their place in Berlin. Amalia Beer carved out a new sphere for her family. They did not simply retreat to the private sphere of the home, but rather they transformed it through the salon into a liminal space, but poised between a controlled visibility and social discretion. So it was kind of in between these two, the private and the public sphere. She hosted splendid concerts performed by Europe's best musicians, and her lavish hospitality drew guests, as noted by one noble, and I'm quoting, "There is far more discernment, talent, and knowledge to be found there, and also the food is better, since these people have more money than our impoverished aristocracy," end quote. So she also mobilized her salon to promote the careers of her sons. So, and here we see, okay, Jakob Meyer is in the center, and maybe by now you already figured out that he becomes Giacomo Meyerbeer. He changes his name. One of 19th century's leading composers. You see her husband on the left, and also one of her other sons, the poet and playwright Michael Beer, and there was another son, Wilhelm, who was a businessman, banker, an astronomer, and one son who was a bit of a ne'er-do-well, who we never hear very much about. The talented sons used her gatherings to make contacts and performed, read from their work, performed music in the sheltered salon environment. But after they achieved their fame, they actually became part of the attraction. In recognition of her services to Prussia during the wars against the French, Beer was awarded the prestigious Louisenorden in 1816 by King Frederick William III, and she was the first Jew to be so honored. In acknowledgement of her Jewish faith, she was awarded a modified medal without a cross, which is sometimes interpreted as being something that was particularly sensitive and sometimes interpreted as being yet another slight, which is that somehow she didn't merit the full cross. These are two items which are from the Nachlass, from the estate, was passed down through many generations of the Beer family. Were hidden in an attic during the Nazi regime, and it's part of a much larger group of objects. The portraits that I showed you of her and her husband are part of that as well, and were then donated to the Berlin City Museum. And one of them is this very personal item of a teacup. We don't have very many items like that actually show kind of what these women would have used in their entertaining. But the other is a huge and magnificent Torah ark curtain, because alone among the Jewish hostesses, Beer played a role in the modernization of the Jewish religion as an early supporter of the Reform movement. She established a small Reform synagogue in her home, and it was also important because actually the king, in fact, was against Reform Judaism. He wanted Judaism that was much more stringent, more primitive and backward, the idea being that would then force Jews to convert to Christianity. So actually liberalizing, modernizing Judaism was something that he was against, and therefore the first of these places of Reform worship had to be private, and this was another area in which she was a patron. Okay, here is another portrait of Fanny Hensel. This happens to be by Marz Oppenheim, the Frankfurt-born Jewish painter. He's considered the first Jewish artist. He's the first modern Jewish artist. And as you've already heard, she was born into an illustrious family, granddaughter of Moses Mendelssohn. And her father was one of the many Mendelssohn children. Her parents hosted a weekly music salon where she and her younger brother, Felix, performed. She developed into an accomplished pianist and composer, yet her family deemed a public career in music unacceptable for her. In 1816, Abraham and Leah Mendelssohn had all 4 of their children baptized in an effort to shield them from the anti-Jewish prejudice and further their unfettered participation in German culture. She married the court painter Wilhelm Hensel in 1829, and they had one child, Sebastian, who was born the following year. So we actually have quite an amazing visual record of Fanny Hensel's life and of her salon because of the talents of her husband, Wilhelm Hensel. And here you can see one of his many very beautiful portraits of her, as well as a depiction of part of the Mendelssohn home, where the Hensels continued to live in that same house where her parents had hosted their music salon. And in 1831, she decided to revive it. She decided to host musicales on every Sunday, to program the concerts. She played the piano, she conducted the musicians, and she composed works to be performed. Otherwise, she would have had no venue for that. Here's Wilhelm Hensel's depiction of his brother-in-law, Felix. He wrote to her, when the news came to him that she was thinking of reviving this practice of the music salon, he wrote to her, "I cannot tell you, my dear Fanny, how pleased I am by your plan for the new Sonntagsmusik. It's a brilliant idea, and I implore you in God's name not to let it slip into oblivion. Instead, you must ask your nomadic brother to compose something new for you." End quote. While restricted by gender, class, and family background, Hensel brilliantly mined the potential of the salon to realize her musical ambitions and stimulate her creativity. Unlike her brother, she had been barred from having a public career in music, but her salon provided a platform for her musical talents, both as a composer and a performer. So in a way, this salon, we hear about women as muses, but actually for her, the salon was a muse. It inspired her, it made her creativity possible. Wilhelm Hensel encouraged his wife and contributed to the visual aspects of performances. And what you can see here, something that we find on many of the original manuscript pages of her compositions, in which you see a tangible expression of the couple's artistic collaboration, with Wilhelm providing vignettes that illustrate and complement Fanny's work. He also created a body of pencil portraits of performers and guests. We've already seen several here just to show you. Here's Clara Schumann, part of their circle, who attended and also performed, and a self-portrait. So though these were private events by invitation only, the salon sometimes had more than 200 people in attendance and became one of the most important sites for music making in Berlin, reviving classical repertoire and premiering new works. And actually, just as an aside, one of the very important contributions of both Fanny and Felix was the revival of interest in the music of Bach, which had really fallen in disfavor, and she programmed a lot of Bach. So they are also part of this Bach revival at this period. Here, one of the interesting things that you see in these drawings also is that they, again, are literally a platform for a kind of dialogue. This is, as you can see, Niccolò Paganini, and on the bottom, you can see some musical notes. So in many of these portraits, the sitters would write some kind of a text. In the case of Paganini, he wrote some bars of music that he composed on the spot. And I think you've already read the quote. It comes from her diary, 29th of March, 1829. She described Paganini playing, quote, "with the look of an insane murderer and the movements of a monkey, a supernatural, wild genius. It seemed as though he were plumbing the depths of his soul and yet simultaneously ripping the heart out of the poor violin," end quote. And poor Fanny actually died suddenly at the age of 41, a few hours after collapsing while conducting a Sonntagsmusik rehearsal. And as you know, her brother Felix did not survive her by long. In conclusion, as a project of integration and a model of enlightenment tolerance, we are aware of the ways in which the Berlin salons, the Jewish salons, fell short. Persistent anti-Semitic views expressed in private and often in public by non-Jewish guests, the lack of social reciprocity. For example, these people, the guests all came to the homes of these Jewish women. They were never invited to other people's homes. And the nationalist, anti-Semitic, anti-Enlightenment reaction in Germany after 1806 all point to the failure of this experiment in egalitarian sociability and intellectual engagement. As early as 1819, Rachel looked back nostalgically to the time of her first salon. Writing to Brinkman, I quote, "The entire constellation of beauty, grace, coquetry, attraction, amorousness, wit, elegance, cordiality, the urge to develop new ideas, honest seriousness, unconstrained exploration and encounter, spirited humor has dissipated. The remnants of a conviviality that is unique in all of Germany." I think she gives a sort of wonderful description of all of those many elements, those many threads that are woven together in a successful salon. And yet, the aspirations of these extraordinary women set a standard. They inspired an ideal of sociability and integration and a model for the role that Jewish women could play in shaping intellectual and cultural life in the modern world. And we know, for example, one of the people who was influenced, touched by this, was the leading 20th century woman of letters, Hannah Arendt, philosopher Hannah Arendt. One of her first pieces of research and publications was about Rachel Varnhagen. The myth of these early utopian salons does not negate their legacy, but rather constitutes a central part of it, especially as it was partly of their own making, as we have seen. Hertz's memoirs already contain many of the seeds of this idealization, and Rachel played an active role in preserving and preparing her letters, a task her husband continued after her death. What they could not realize in life, in their social gatherings, they attempted to accomplish through constructing the idealized image of sociability that conformed to their visions, beginning a long process in history of Jewish women who shaped culture and politics through their salons. It's a process that continued into the 20th century. And I would just add, I think every time I look at this material, this idea of the importance of face-to-face conversation, of talking to people who are different from you, in a world where we all seem to be retreating ever more into virtual communication and isolation, and where nobody even listens to an opinion that is different, it seems, again, very much to be a value that is worth pursuing, and once again, perhaps a very radical idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, and we will proceed. We're running late, but nevertheless, we will proceed with our panel. And it will deal with the cafes. The cafes as spaces for emergent ideas, philosophy, politics, utopias, and the press. I'm very happy to introduce on stage Lars Dencik. Our moderator will do an introduction, but either you sit or you stand, maybe. Okay. Christina von Braun, Arne, Ruth, Peter Jelavich, and Lars Dencik, please take your places.
So, dear friends, we continue. Now we have a different modus here. We turn our attention to one part of Jewish Berlin, but with its many ups and downs for the Jewish populations in Berlin. Within that period of Jewish Berlin falls the Weimar period. The Weimar period, to many of us, is known. It is a period after World War I, until the Machtergreifung from the Nazis, where it's a period characterized by intense political turmoil, by cultural creativity, by changes of lifestyles. It was a quite short and very rich period of innovative and avant-garde thinking within politics, in many fields of the arts and in the sciences. It was also a period when many Jews reached prominence within the German culture. And we will discuss that, except for the saloons that we heard a beautiful presentation of now. Not only the saloons, but also the cafes and the press in Germany and in Berlin in particular were kind of spaces or meeting points for debates, for ideas, for political and philosophical encounters and artistic encounters. And it was also the spaces where these events in society, social and political movements were commented upon by people, not only by Jews, but many of them were Jewish. And to present and to reflect on this, we have here three very, very eminent, very knowledgeable contributors. Christina von Braun, to my right. Christina is a writer and a filmmaker and a professor of cultural history at the Humboldt University in Berlin, where she also is a speaker of the Center for Jewish Studies. And Christina is also the vice president of the Goethe-Institut. Peter Jelavich is also a professor of history at the Johns Hopkins University in the United States. He is specializing in the cultural and intellectual history of Europe since Enlightenment. And among his books are two that relate to what we are talking on here. One book is called Berlin Cabaret, and the other book is called Berlin Alexanderplatz, Radio, Film, and the Death of Weimar Culture. And here, closest to me, is Arne Ruth, familiar to many of us here. Arne is the former editor-in-chief of Dagens Nyheter. He has been a visiting professor of journalism, media, and human rights. And one of his significant contributions is his book, together with Ingmar Carlsson, on the arts under German fascism. The book has a Swedish title. It's called Samhället som teater, estetik och politik i Tredje riket. And I am Lars Dencik. I am a senior professor of social psychology, but I am mainly the co-founder of Judisk Kultur in Sweden. And I will moderate this discussion. It will be a discussion in the format of a round table. I was very impressed by the title of Emily's talk on the power of conversation. I think that's a very good title and a very good idea that we will continue now by conversations and to confront each other's ideas and listen to each other. I have asked my friends here to start by giving each of them a short introduction of their perspective, what they want to present, and then we will continue by conversation. So first out, Christina, please. If you wish, you can stand, but you can sit here also.
Okay. Well, thank you. Lasse asked me to speak first, so I'm going to try and give you a very brief, random choice introduction to Berlin in the 1920s. Berlin, there were Orthodox Jews living in Berlin who had kosher shops where you could buy kosher food, and they had their own libraries where they sold or lent out books in Hebrew. But they were only part of the Jewish population and probably the smaller part of the Jewish population. Most of the Jewish population were assimilated Jews. This, for instance, is the Valentin family celebrating the 50th golden marriage of Helene and Heinrich, and it doesn't differentiate anyway from non-Jewish celebrations of the time. The Jewish Garfunkel family had 8 of their 8 sons in the German Far Army fighting for the German Empire. The Jews created their own fraternities. The German fraternities, student fraternities, would not allow them in, many of them, so they created their own fraternities. This is a rabbi leading this fraternity. They also created their own gymnastic clubs, Bar Kochba, this is called. It's not really different, except for the Star of David, from a non-Jewish club. And there were women Bar Kochba clubs too, as in this image. Women in general Jewish women became pioneers of the fight for education for women in Germany. They played a far greater role than corresponds to the percentage of Jews in Germany. Lise Meitner became one of the most famous natural scientists. Alice Salomon became a very important social reformer. Charlotte Wolff became one of the pioneers of the movement for sexual reform. And it's just a few I'm mentioning here. Henry James Seaman is representative of the economic success of Jews in Berlin and Germany. He was already successful in the Empire times and then continued to in Weimar Republic, but he was not only a very important businessman, he was also a great patron of the arts, and Nofretete was a gift he gave to Berlin. The Tietz family created one of the big department stores in Germany, the biggest of Europe, and the Kempinskis created wine taverns and restaurants, and the very famous Haus Vaterland, where there were restaurants and cinemas, and this was very, very popular at the time. The I'm jumping here. It's Max Liebermann. Liebermann and Martha in this image. Max Liebermann was an assimilated Jew, and he even received the Medal of the Prussian Empire for his merits. The Mosse brothers created one of the most, or the sons rather, of old Mosse, created one of the most important publishing houses in Berlin. The Ullsteins became a whole dynasty of publishing houses. They published not only newspapers, but also books. Samuel Fischer was the address to go if you wanted to publish literature. And here you see him with Thomas Mann and Jakob Wassermann. And again, we have among these intellectuals, we have women like Vicky Baum, a very successful writer, Gabriele Terget, whose reports were read widely and whose books are being rediscovered right now in Germany. All these Jews were what was called assimilated, and yet they still made a point of being Jewish at the same time. And this is the painter Lotte Laserstein, who I think one knows in Sweden. And so this is Valeska Gerd, the dancer and actress, and I just mentioned that these assimilated Jews at the same time made a point of being Jewish. This theater, for instance, the Kaftan, only showed Jewish plays, and this publishing house, the Jewish publishing house, applied the same. In the middle you see Chaim Weizmann, who was to become the president of Israel later on. Einstein played in the synagogue for benefit concerts, playing the violin, although he was one of the paradigmatic figures of an enlightened modern science. And Hermann Kohn, who wrote very interesting text trying to transfer Jewish thinking into modern Kantian rationality. The same applies to Ismail Ellbogen, a historian who was head of one of the school of Jewish Wissenschaft des Judentums. Now, you could wonder what was Jewish about these people. And this is what I would like to conclude with a short thesis on this question. Yeshayahu Leibowitz, the Israeli, the Israeli philosopher, once said, the Jewish Messiah is defined, his essence is being expected. He did not say Jews are waiting for him to come, Jews are patiently waiting for him. He says it's the essence of the Jewish Messiah to be expected. Christian Messiah arrived. He came to the world, as you all know, and so the basic difference of Jewish religion, of Christian religion on the one side is fulfillment, of Jewish religion on the other side is a patient expectancy, but also to fight the very idea of fulfillment, to remain skeptical towards the idea of fulfillment. And I think this is what was transferred in the process of secularization from Jewish religion to Jewish intellectuals and Jewish people, continuing in a certain spirit of irony, of skepticism, and which you find in many, in a different form, in many of these different writings. Thank you. I hope I was short enough.
But while the other guest coming up here, I just want to put a question to you before we continue. This being expected, isn't it also so that these Jews were assimilated and still expected to become part of the German culture? It was very much so that the idea of a symbiosis of the Jewish background and the German, this symbiosis, how would you judge it? Did it ever take place? Did it occur?
No, I will talk about that later on in the afternoon. It's actually when symbiosis started taking place that the Germans became very violent against Jews. They were much less violent against Jews who were wearing a kaftan or wearing the curls. They became much more violent against Jews they could not differentiate from non-Jews. So I think it wouldn't help. It wouldn't help. On the contrary, symbiosis was probably one of the problems of the German non-Jewish German population.
Thank you, Peter.
Well, in fact, that's what I'm going to talk about because I was asked to give a very 5-minute survey of German Jewish Berlin. And one of the things I'm going to stress is people who call into question the whole project of assimilation and who believe that a symbiosis, in fact, did not exist. So now we go very fast. Germany was unified in 1871, and on paper, in terms of law, Jews finally gained civic equality, but they didn't do so in practice. Jews, and often people of Jewish descent, were not allowed to become officers in the military. They were not allowed to serve in the higher ranks of the civil service, nor could they become professors in universities. And that's why Jews continued to focus on occupations in the private sector, which were not subject to government approval. That's why you had a disproportionately high number of Jewish doctors and lawyers. Very few industrialists came from Jewish families. The big exception, as you heard already, was the great electrical firm AEG, which was founded by Emil Rathenau in 1833. By contrast, the most public examples of Jewish entrepreneurship were department stores and newspapers. Department stores took off in Berlin around 1900. The first one was the Wertheim department store, founded on Leipziger Platz in 1896. That was followed by Hermann Tietze's department store nearby on the Leipziger Straße in 1900, and then the Alexanderplatz in 1904. And finally, in 1907, Adolf Jandorf founded the Kaufhaus des Westens. In terms of newspapers, there were two major newspaper chains owned by Jews. Leopold Ullstein created a newspaper empire that eventually included the Berliner Illustrierte Zeitung, founded in the early 1890s as the first mass readership newspaper with photographic illustrations. His empire also included the BZ am Mittag, which was launched in 1904 as Germany's first tabloid newspaper. So Jews were in the forefront of these new forms of mass publication, the photojournal, the tabloid. The newspaper chain founded by Rudolf Mosse included the upscale Berliner Tageblatt, but also the Berliner Volkszeitung, which also mutated into a tabloid. Now, in terms of content, these were not Jewish newspapers. That is, they did not have Jewish themes. But the values espoused by these publications were generally those of Jews who had assimilated into the German middle classes. And the major organization of assimilated Jews was the Zentralverein Deutscher Staatsbürger Jüdischen Glaubens, and the name said it all, the Central Association of German Citizens of Jewish Faith. That is, people who considered them essentially German citizens who happened to go to a different type of church on Friday evening and Saturday, but otherwise they considered themselves fully German. Now, over the course of the empire, the Jewish population of Berlin shifted significantly. It grew substantially in size. In 1871, there were 36,000 Jews in Berlin. By 1900, 100,000. By then, Jews constituted 4% of Berlin's population, and a quarter of Germany's Jews lived in Berlin. Much of the Jewish influx came from Prussia's eastern provinces, namely Posen and Pomerania. Moreover, an increasingly large group of foreign Jews came from the east, mainly Jews fleeing pogroms in Russia, as well as Jews from Austrian Galicia. Of the 13,000 foreign Jews that lived in Berlin in 1910, some 6,000 hailed from Galicia and 4,000 from Russia. Many of these Eastern Jews lived in the so-called Scheunenviertel, north of the Alexanderplatz, and they engaged in manual work like shoemaking, tailoring, watchmaking, and cigarette manufacturing. Now, these Eastern European Jews had basically no contact with Berlin's assimilated German Jews. But their presence did inspire young men like Martin Buber and Gershom Scholem to question the whole project of assimilation. People like Buber and Scholem came to believe that Eastern Jews represented a more authentic Judaism, whose values could lay the basis for a Jewish Renaissance. And these ideas were laid out in the journal Ost und West, which was founded in Berlin in 1901. Now, another group that challenged assimilation were the Zionists, who expressed their views in the Jüdische Rundschau. The Zionists were a relatively small group in imperial Berlin because they claimed that Jews were not part of the German people, but had their own separate nationality, who should seek a homeland in Palestine. The Zionists were met with great hostility by the assimilated Jews. And in fact, in 1907, the young rabbi Emil Bernhard Kohn was stripped of his rabbi position for having espoused Zionist beliefs in public. And in 1913, the Zentralverein issued a proclamation explicitly disassociating itself from Zionism. Now, one reason for both the calls for a Jewish Renaissance by Buber and Scholem and the calls for Zionism was the rise of a new and virulent form of anti-Semitism. The anti-Semitic movement gained prominence and respectability through the writings of Richard Wagner and Heinrich von Treitschke. Now, Wagner was obviously a great composer, but he also was the biggest schmuck of the 19th century, and that's saying a lot. In 1850, he published his essay, Jewry in Music, anonymously. He published it under his real name again in 1869. At the time, he was the most famous composer in Germany. What's noteworthy is that Wagner was one of the first to espouse racial anti-Semitism, that is, the belief that Jews could never cast off their supposedly harmful qualities, even by conversion to Christianity. Heinrich von Treitschke was the professor of history at the University of Berlin, an outspoken Prussian nationalist who provoked a very heated debate in 1889 when he published an essay that concluded, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, which became the slogan of the anti-Semitic movement. You know, today we have political stickers all over the place. Well, they also existed in the 19th century. And here you have the political sticker of the anti-Semites, which they pasted all over the place in the 1890s. Anti-Semitism also gained political support. The Christian Social Party, which was founded by the Protestant pastor Adolf Stöcker in 1878, was Germany's first openly anti-Semitic party, and it had close ties to the Kaiser and his court. And here you have already in 1881 a caricature where you've got Stöcker preaching against the Jews in 1881, and that leads to pogroms in Posen in 1881. A decade later, the powerful Conservative Party, the bulwark of Prussian monarchism, adopted an explicitly anti-Semitic platform in 1892. German Jews responded as best they could. Most remained optimistic, but the tipping point came during World War I. Jews served in the German army, and some 12,000 were killed during the Great War. However, as the war dragged on with no end in sight, the army command, as well as right-wing Germans, sought a scapegoat. So they fingered the Jews, accusing them of shirking the military draft and also profiting financially from the war. The army organized the so-called Judenzählung, Jew count, on November 1st, 1916, to ascertain whether Jews were serving in proportionate numbers. That in itself was an insult, since no other group was singled out. And to make matters worse, the results were never made public, even though, or more likely because, they proved that Jews were indeed doing their patriotic duty. The sudden silence about the results of the very public Jew count fueled anti-Semitic speculation even more. Now, the fall of the monarchy and the proclamation of the Republic in November 1918 magnified and accelerated these pre-war developments. On the positive side, the Republic gave Jews full rights in practice, not just on paper, so many could now become professors and higher civil servants. Hugo Preuss, a liberal lawyer and the Republic's first minister of the Interior, was considered the father of the Republic's new constitution. Jewish journalists were among the most militant defenders of the Republic and critics of the radical right. They included Theodor Wolff, editor-in-chief of the Berliner Tageblatt, and Kurt Tucholsky, the most famous contributor to Die Weltbühne. The Jewish Renaissance, rather marginal during the empire, flourished in the 1920s, and Berlin became a major center of Hebrew language culture that was centered in the Café Monopol. 5 new Jewish schools were founded in Berlin, and its Jewish population expanded to 173,000 by 1925. The Jewish community also became more diverse and more tolerant of divisions within its own ranks. For example, in 1925, Emil Cohn, who had lost his rabbinate in 1907, 1925, Emil Cohn could return as a rabbi to Berlin, and he was based in a new synagogue in the Grunewald. But the backlash intensified as well. Walter Rathenau was assassinated by anti-Semites in June 1922. As you heard, he was the son of Emil Rathenau. He had organized the production and distribution of raw materials during the Great War, and he served as foreign minister of the new republic. In November 1923, at the height of the hyperinflation, anti-Semitic mobs ransacked the Scheunenviertel, whose population had swelled with Jews fleeing pogroms during the Civil War in Russia. The police took their time arriving on the scene, and when they did, they started by arresting the Jewish defense group that had tried to hold off the mob. By 1931, it was the Nazi Party that was the dominant anti-Semitic force. In September of that year, on Rosh Hashanah, a Nazi mob rampaged against Jewish venues on the Kurfürstendamm. They smashed the Café Reimann, which had a Jewish clientele, and they attacked the synagogue in the Fasanenstraße. Once again, it took an hour before police arrived to restore order. And I'm showing this slide because a month ago in Halle, that was the big question. You know, after this attack on the synagogue in Halle, wo war die Polizei? Where was the police? Why weren't they there to begin with? And why did it take so long for them to arrive after the person started attacking the synagogue? We know how this story ended. Was the end inevitable? I'm going to conclude with the ideas of Gershom Scholem, who famously wrote that the so-called German-Jewish dialogue was in fact a dialogue that never took place. It was, in Scholem's words, a myth, an illusion, a fiction, because while the Jews talked, no Gentile Germans listened. Scholem wrote, quote, when they thought that they were speaking to the Germans, they were speaking to themselves, end of quote. Thus, according to Scholem, the desire to assimilate was a self-delusion, and that's one of the issues that was discussed in cafes in the 1920s, and which perhaps we can discuss today. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Where is this?
The clicker's there.
I guess I'm a nostalgic person. I long for the Weimar period. I have had the fortune of having as friends two persons who were not part of the Weimar period. They were too young, but were very much inspired by inheriting the attitudes of that period. Peter Weiss is one of them. Erwin Leiser is another one. And now, very important documentary filmmaker who introduced by documentary film the first real discussion about the Third Reich in Sweden on a broader basis. He moved to Switzerland when I was cultural editor of the newspaper Expressen. He was a regular contributor, so we kept a contact. But they were beyond the national realm. That's the point. The Weimar period is beyond the national realm. That is what we should look at, not in a nostalgic manner. But let's say, Louis Armstrong belonged to the Weimar Republic. Now, let's see now. This man, Heinrich Heine, does he have anything to do with the Weimar Republic? He died many decades earlier, and yet he does. Now, let's see now if I can, next, okay. I mean, he belongs in the company of artists like George Gross, Otto Dix, John Hartfeld, and Max Beermann, because he has an attitude to arts creation which is different from commercial and political structures. Art, in my opinion, is the one aspect of human expression and creativity which is timeless. But not all art is timeless. In order to be timeless, the person who creates the work has to be timeless. That's a paradox, and yet there are such persons in the history of art. And that's also why whoever reads in, except from a scientific point of view, a work of philosophy from, let's say, the 18th century. Of course, if one is interested in Kant, one reads Kant. But do you grab it? Do you push yourself? You have to read it, despite the fact that he's one of the most important philosophers of human history. And of course, you can read the Greeks and get inspired from them. But the way you accept the message of art is very, very different. It is timeless, and you can never say if it will lose its value or not. I'm not talking now about objects of art which are sold in New York for a billion the next time. The point I'm trying to make is really, and this is where I want to return to Heinrich Heine. In 1831, he made an observation on the term of forming an aesthetic vision, which is relevant both in the present and for the future. I quote him: "My old prophecy of the end of an artistic period, which began at the cradle of Goethe and reached its end now at his coffin, seems close to its final fulfillment. Art, all art, must be newly grounded, because traditional visions are still rooted in the old, worn-out regime, in the Holy Roman imperial past. Therefore, like all withered remnants of that past, it inevitably stands in contradiction to the present." Now, in historical terms, Heine's perspective is related to a social turmoil emanating because of equitable changes, industrialism and capitalism. And of course, everything turns confused. He accepts confusion, but he deals with confusion from his own perspective. Confusion is a source of creating art and of his writing both poems and philosophical observations. And I will quote him finally in an observation relevant to this theme. This: "Just as a mathematician, if given only the smallest fragments of a circle, can immediately indicate both a fragment and the whole circle and the center of the circle, so does a true poet. If only the smallest fragment of the phenomenal world is offered to him from the outside, then the universal dimensions of building on this fragment is revealed to him in his act of creation. The task of the artist is to use fragments as a starting point of a universal vision. Any such offer, of course, is to any one of us. Receiving art is an individual matter. It's not collective. You can share your acceptance with others. You can discuss it. They can affect all sorts of changed relationships, but the core of it is individual. As, from my perspective, there is no other moral basis for action than the individual responsibility. There is no such thing as collective responsibility. That is what is facing us today. The Weimar period ended, and we all know why it ended. Are we returning to the end of the Weimar period again? Thank you.
Thank you, Arne. Thank you for bringing up the idea that confusion is the breeding ground for creativity, which I think is a very, very good idea and very to work on. And certainly we live in confusing times again. I want to ask, we have many topics on this tab, but I want to address now Peter first for your presentation there. And there were so many tendencies within the Weimar Republic. There were the assimilationists, there were conversions, there were those who wanted to become German by taking part in Kultur und Bildung as the source of becoming accepted. But it seems that your basic line was that the perhaps most rejected group at that time, the Zionists, were those who had the clearest sights, was so clearest where it should end? Is it so that they had a clearer perspective of the developments, or was it just that events happened and they turned out to become the survivors?
Well, for me as a historian, that's a hard question to answer because, of course, in retrospect, the Zionists were correct. I mean, when someone like Scholem, let's put it this way, the Zentralverein, the project of assimilation into Germany, by 1945, it was clear that the Zentralverein perspective was dead wrong, and I mean dead wrong. And so with historical perspective, the Zionists were correct. That is, that the German Jews were not really integrated into German society, and whether they would not have been able to do so is another question, because I don't think what happened in 1933 was inevitable. I think what was pretty inevitable was that some sort of fascist or authoritarian state would have developed in 1933, because it did throughout Europe. There were very few democracies by 1935 in Europe. But that doesn't mean that Hitler had to come to power with his virulent anti-Semitism. So I think that, in a sense, the Zionists were correct. But it's a real question. I mean, if I can just spend a minute explaining this, this is why it was difficult to position yourself as a Jew in Germany. And there were, I think, three perspectives. One perspective was that of the Central Association of German citizens of Jewish faith, which said, we are German citizens primarily who happen to be of Jewish faith. At the other end of the spectrum were the Zionists, who said that we are not Germans, we are a separate nation. We are Jews who deserve our own homeland in Palestine. Now, the Zentralverein said, you Zionists are no better than the anti-Semites, because the anti-Semites say Jews are not part of the German folk, and you say we're not part of the German folk. Now, what was pernicious about the Zentralverein, and I know I'm being nasty to the Zentralverein, but they really deserve it at times. What was nasty, of course, is that the Zionists had a positive image of Judaism and the Jewish people, whereas the anti-Semites said the Jews aren't even a real people, they're parasites who lodge themselves in others. And so that's what, these were the two perspectives. Are Jews a separate nation or are they not? Now, in between, there was something which is rarely studied, and that's the level of Jews below the Bildungsbürgertum, which is the group that interests me, and they were by far the most Jews. Bildungsbürgerliche Jews, they were small. You know, everybody talks about them, but they were a small group. The average Jew, as Emily said, spoke somewhat differently. You could identify Jews as Jews, but their attitude was, we belong to Germany as one Stamm, as one tribe, just as the Bavarians are Germans, the Prussians are Germans, the Rhinelanders are German. They all speak differently and have different habits. We Jews speak differently and have different habits, but Germany is a multi-ethnic society, and we're part of it. We're both German, but German doesn't mean homogeneous, and Jewish. And the problem with the Zentralverein perspective is they had a real homogeneous notion of German. And precisely that is what was the death trap for German Jews.
I think in the way I listen to you and put the question to the other participants is in a way very pessimistic. I would say that all the pictures that we have seen here from the beginning of the day until today showed German Jews who in different ways became part of the German society, if they were integrated or not, but they were, and many of them were prominent, and they made lots of achievements that kind of brought the German culture to flourish. And now, what Arne is looking back, if they were not assimilated, if they were not integrated, what is then integration and what is then assimilation? How far can we never reach? We have a situation today in Europe where we have many immigrants, also some Jewish, who live here and to strive and attempt to become part of the society where they live. If these Jews who reached prominence as industrialists, as journalists, as scientists, as scholars were not assimilated, who may then become integrated and accepted in society. What do you say, Arne? You brought up that topic.
Well, I think there is a sort of historical tragedy to it, because without being in some way separated from convention, in the sense that you can observe conventions and react to them, then you're a failed project as a human being. It's, you have a very dull existence. And my point is really that the problem is the nation state as a historical entity. It was started as a result of the 30 Years' War, as this formal embodiment. The problem with it is that so far no other practice of acceptable democracy has been achieved. But as we know, parliamentary democracy can be used to turn everything upside down. Hitler was, of course, he didn't get 50%, but he certainly, with his alliances, managed to turn it all over. And then you have a chance of saying, now I have the power, I can decide who belongs and who doesn't belong. And we certainly have a partner in this country which I think has something related to that political project.
Christina?
Yes, the nation state certainly is part of it, but the nation state was all over Europe.
Yes.
France was built on a nation state, and in the Marseillaise, it goes, may the impure blood of the enemy, the impure blood of the enemy be shed on the fields where we will beat them. So the idea even of this nation state being a group of blood is already in France and in other places too. So there was something additional in Germany which made this racist idea so important, the blood idea so very important. And that you can not only, the nation state is one explanation, but it goes beyond that the racist idea became so very important is probably linked to the fact that Germany itself was a pure migration state. They came from the east, from Latin countries, from the north, from everywhere. Germany was never a homogeneous country. It isn't today, and it wasn't then, and it wasn't 200 centuries before, and this was something which the empire, the Reich, would just not tolerate as a self-image. And I think those two factors led to the idea of the blood becoming so very important in Germany.
Although I would say, I would agree. I think that the disaster of modern history is the nation state. And it does come out of the French Revolution. But the question is, how do you form a nation state? There was no unified France in 1800. In 1800, fewer than half of the population spoke French. They had Alsatian, they had Occitan, they had Basque. And so what the French model of national homogenization, which actually only takes place after 1870, is to have everybody speak the same language and have the same Republican values. Germany, but they were just as heterogeneous as the Germans were, the French, only they had a different model of creating a nation state. And the Germans, yes, they were very heterogeneous, they still are, but somehow these racist notions also took firmer hold in Germany than they did elsewhere. And that's why, Wagner was one of the worst people who promulgated it, starting in 1850. He was the one that said, he writes this book in 1850 on Judaism in Munich, and he's attacking two people without naming them, Meyerbeer and Mendelssohn. Meyerbeer was Jewish. He's buried in a Jewish cemetery. Mendelssohn, as we heard, was baptized. He's part of the Bach revival. He writes these Christian oratorios, and yet Wagner says he cannot cease but to be a Jew. And he's one of the first people who says Jews will be Jews to the 10th generation, no matter how much they seek to assimilate. And that's why, getting back to it, yes, most German Jews who were assimilated thought that they were Germans. The problem, as Scholem said, is the Gentile Germans did not consider themselves German. The problem wasn't with the German Jews. The problem was with the Gentile Germans who did not accept Jews as Germans.
There is this story where there was a certain, or not only a certain, there was a strong love, I think, from the Jewish side towards German culture. They really wanted to. It was a love, perhaps it was a one-sided love affair. Yes.
Yes.
But and
That's
then
Schoen's point.
yeah. But and there is this story about when I think it was Emil Ludwig in exile who enters Columbus Street in New York and sees a bust of Goethe, and is so moved by this bust in New York by Goethe that he breaks out in tears for that. And then shortly after, Erich Maria Remarque, who was also in exile, was asked, don't you long for Germany? And he said, no, I'm not Jewish. So that this one-sided love was very strong. So I think and I think that love is there for any immigrant, wherever they go, to assimilate, to become part of it, and it is perhaps always one-sided, and that is the tragedy then of the nation state.
But most Jews were not immigrants. They'd lived in Central Europe for generations and generations. They are not immigrants. When the German state is, they are as much a home in Germany as are the Bavarians, the Rhinelanders, the Frisians,
That's a good point,
the Prussians. They're not immigrants.
I happen to have two books which, in a way, illustrates exactly this phenomenon. One was published in Austria in 1934, and it's a collection of essays by German Jews, where all of the essays deal with their relationship to Germany in a very positive sense. And I made some research into the history of this book. It was published in Austria because it was supposed to be published in Germany, and they couldn't publish it. I have another book, which is by Ernst Cassirer, which is, from his perspective, a German Jewish philosopher. I mean, he is a German philosopher, if anything. And that is, in a way, I've often tried to think about it in relation to the history of Jews in Sweden. There is a book which wasn't much noted when it was published by Carl Alvar Nilsson, which deals with upper-class anti-Semitism. And it is a most enlightening book. It confirmed my own research, because I once decided to go through the journal Metallarbetaren in the 1930s to check which position they had taken to Hitler's Germany.
Metal industrial workers.
Because of the fact that Landsorganisationen, the National Trade Union Organization, boycotted German goods and also took a strong stand, not only in relation to Hitler's blocking of trade union organization, but also to the question of the Jews. I actually had a discussion where the then time chairman of LO was present, and I told her about this, and she said, I had no idea about it. They have forgotten their own honorable history.
Yeah, that often happens, yeah. But coming back to history now, you've brought up the idea of a Jewish Renaissance, the idea that Buber and Scholem then realized that there was another Judentum further out, and that we kind of revoke that kind of in Western Europe forgotten Jewish life. Isn't that just another case of exoticism? that we live now in civilized Western modern world, and there is something so-called authentic, if not backward?
I would take serious exception to that, because the majority of Jews in Europe were not German Jews, they were not French Jews, they were Jews in Poland and in Ukraine, Belarus. That is where Judaism existed. And if there were false Jews, now I'm being polemical, the false Jews were the German Jews, the French Jews, the British Jews. And that's exactly what Buber and Scholem saw. And that's what the centers of it's called a Jewish Renaissance in the West, but that Jewish culture was alive in Warsaw, in Vilnius, in Lvov. That's where Jewish culture was. It's the German Jews who had fallen away from it. Look, let's even look at Herzl. Herzl did not have his son circumcised. Herzl had a Christmas tree. Herzl could have been a Swedish Jew today. I mean,
didn't speak Hebrew.
Is that Judaism? I mean,
I would challenge the idea of false Judaism. There are different Judaisms.
Okay, but you're the one who said that, this was exoticism of the East. No, in terms of religious, in terms of language, in terms of religious tradition, in terms of religious faith, Judaism existed in Eastern Europe.
Yes.
The whole project of assimilation is watering it down. And so Buber and Scholem saw, if we go on this course, we're not going to be Jews anymore. And that already was pointed against Moses Mendelssohn. I'm a big fan of Moses Mendelssohn. But don't say that this is exoticism. This was an attempt to say, what does it mean to be a Jew?
But couldn't one say that the kind of Judaism that developed in Germany in this period that we are talking about, let's say the Weimar and shortly before Weimar also, which took an end then within 1933, it took an end by a phrase by Goebbels when he, at the Autodafé, when he burnt the books of the Entartete Kunst and the and of the Jewish writers, and he said, I give to the flames the works of Freud and the works and so Tucholsky, and then he proclaimed, this is the end of the age of Jewish intellectualism. The end of the age of Jewish intellectualism. This was also a Jewish period, and a different period. And I want to put the question to you then, as living in Germany and being so well known, acquainted with German culture, wasn't that also a kind of one Jewish culture within Germany that was intellectual culture?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I would even, what you're trying to describe as Jewish religion is one part of Judaism. It's the Orthodox part, if you like, which actually was only born when Judaism itself went into Haskalah. There was no such thing as an Orthodox Judaism before 1800. After 1800, it developed, and of course, it was rediscovered, you're quite right, this was a pious Judaism in Eastern Europe, but I think the reform movement that developed in Western Europe, especially in Berlin and in Breslau, this Reform Judaism has just as much rights as you have for Christianity to have a secularization process. So why say these are not real Jews? I think it's problematic to make a difference between the two.
To your comment that this is exoticism, and it's not, I would also take serious exception to quoting Goebbels, because for Goebbels, everything he didn't like was Jewish. For him, Mann was a Jewish intellectual. For him, Remarque was a Jewish intellectual. You know, he called all modern art Jewish. 1937, you had the exhibition of degenerate art. 103 painters. 7 of them were Jews or of Jewish descent. So don't ever quote Goebbels to say what was the Weimar Republic was not Jewish. That was what the Nazis said about the Weimar Republic. It was not Jewish. Jews could play a bigger role in the Weimar Republic than before, but they were not predominant. That is exactly Nazi rhetoric, and don't ever use it. I'm sorry, but really, don't ever call it a Jewish republic. That's what the Nazis said.
I didn't call it a Jewish republic, by the way. But I think there is if I want to, there is a period in Jewish history, in Jewish intellectual history, and this is also then the Weimar Republic and other, that was very rich from a cultural and intellectual point of view. It brought many, many new perspectives to mankind. And many of those who produced that, and we have had the names here, and there are many more names. Hannah Arendt was mentioned. You mentioned Walter Benjamin, Bloch. You have so many of them. And Aaron, so there are so many of them that are part of the intellectual Jewish heritage that we have now. And they were kind of brought up, and they flourished in that period. And this is also part of Jewish culture, I think. You cannot. Yeah.
I would also like to defend you quoting Goebbels. I will come back to that later on. But why is it that the term intellectual in Germany became a defamatory term? It didn't in France. It was used in a defamatory sense first, after Zola had written J'accuse, but afterwards it became a positive term. Defining people who were fighting for the rights of humanities or the right of the state. So in Germany it became not only a defamatory term, but it also became nearly a synonym for Jew. So I think you're quite right. One must quote it. There was an uneasiness of the Germans with these intellectuals, be they real Jews or non-Jews, but there was an uneasiness with intellectual, and that's, I think, where we have to put the finger.
And there is, and I go back to Arne.
And I think we need to wrap up, Lasse, so please.
We go back, yes. I go back to then we conclude this, but you started by Heine.
Yes.
And Heine was not only the poet, he was also a cosmopolitan.
Exactly.
And the cosmopolitanism was also part of this idea of this movement. So will you perhaps start to conclude our panel by reflecting on the idea that Heine was a cosmopolitan and the kind of the failure of cosmopolitanism in that period?
Well, I mean, what fascism and National Socialism, they set the clock back. There had been this emergence of what seemed to be a continuation of what Heine had started to define. And the Weimar Republic is, in a way, the high point of it all. And then it vanished, and now, unfortunately, there is confusion about it all. I mean, are we Swedes, Germans, French, or whatever? Are we Europeans? If we are Europeans, what are our duties in relation to other nation states, or other? What is our position in relation to new immigrants? I have a very personal note on this, which I, in no way is, I'm not going to do any parallel with the Jewish question, but I happen to be married to a feminist born in Iran who had to leave because she refused to wear a headscarf. She's absolutely secular. Most of my Iranian-born friends and Kurdish friends, and there are quite a number, are totally secular. Yes, she is defined as a Muslim in Swedish statistics. You don't even have a choice of saying, I choose my religion. I mean, in a way, the Jewish experience is, in my opinion, illustrative of this, that regardless of your ethnic background, in relation to religion, you're absolutely free.
Any final comment from your part before we conclude this panel?
My concluding comment would be that this is, I was being polemical. I agree there are many forms of Judaism which are acceptable. One shouldn't talk about one being exotic, one more genuine. They are all forms of Judaism, and in the German-speaking world, it does go back to Moses Mendelssohn. These are all Jews. What I sort of am irritated by is a sort of an image of Jews in German society, and I think Scholem was right, which is a myth-making in the sense that they never were as integrated as Germans Gentile Germans like to think. A lot of it was self-delusion. They did have important contributions, very important to German culture, but it never took hold. Otherwise, what happened in 33 could not have happened. And the importance of Jews in Germany has never regained since 1933. I mean, if anything is exotic or artificial, it's attempts to revive German culture today, because it's not going to attain the importance it had in the Imperial and Weimar period. It just doesn't have that anymore.
Thank you. And Christina?
No, I think Lizzie is waiting. No, I think, let me just say one thing. I think we have to start thinking of Judaism, of Christianity, of Muslims in terms of cultural Muslims, cultural Jews, cultural Christians. We really get away from these very stereotypical things. I think that's an important thing, and it started in Weimar.
Yes, I think you're right. So, Lizzie, thank you. Thank you all for...
Thank you very much. Thank you. We take a break, lunch break. We'll be back with the scene, with the theater, with music, and we will speak about the Jewish contribution, cultural contribution to German society. And well, we did say an hour, but I think 40 minutes are enough because we're running really late. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Since we're running late, I just want to point out that we will not end at 4 o'clock, as stated. It will probably go to 5 or 1:15, and we will see if we keep the intermission. We may keep the intermission, or we decide not to and go ahead and let Christina conclude the day. So I'm very happy to welcome you back and to open the session on the scene. And I will let our moderator, Monica Nagler Wittgenstein, present the panel and the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Over there also? Yes. So very welcome back. I hope you got something to eat. Huh? No. No, this is a discussion. This is not. No. So we are going to discuss the scene of art, the scene of cabaret theater, and what else?
Literature?
Hello, Peter.
Yeah, cabaret.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Theater. And what else? Are you going to talk? Yeah.
Yeah, film.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And Aris, you're going to talk about literature in the Weimar Republic. I think Emily Bilski is already presented, and so are you, Peter. But Aris is not. He's a Swedish writer and a journalist, and he was the cultural attaché in Berlin for some years. He has one foot here and one foot in Germany. He's actually the vice president of the German Academy of Arts.
You look surprised.
I was no, I'm overwhelmed by it. And then he published a fantastic book. I couldn't bring it because it's too heavy, called Atlas, which is a fantastic book with, not only book, but with fantastic photos. It's a combination of everything. But unfortunately, we cannot talk about that now, but it also deals with the writers and others in the Weimar Republic. So we have a very, very pronounced specialist panel here today. And I think we should start with the art. And Emily, I think excuse us if we go down because we want to see the pictures.
I'm also going to stand there so I can also see the pictures. I'm going to do something a little bit different now because a little bit of the time. I brought a lot of visual material, but I actually have a thesis, which is really what it is that the point that I wanted to make about Jews in the art world. We don't need this because I wasn't sure if you would get this information, but it's just to remind you a little bit about the situation of Berlin. As you can see from these numbers, Berlin really was transformed from what was fairly much a backwater to a major metropolis. We call it, one of the cities. And in the visual arts, it was fairly hermetic, which is to say it didn't have a lot of influence from what was considered the newest or the most innovative in terms of the visual arts. That began to change, and it began to change because of the impact of certain Jewish players. So what I really want to focus on, if we have time, I might show some work by Jewish artists, but I really want to focus on something else, which is institution building. In other words, how do you create a framework which makes things possible? And in Berlin, it was Jewish collectors, donors, gallerists, people who brought new art to Berlin under various guises, and then supported the institutions in Berlin to show that art, to acquire that art, to make it available to the general public, and it basically kind of like upped the whole art game. So that's the point, and then hopefully you'll agree with my thesis that they were important. I'm going to skip this. So I just want to, I'm going to go back to the salons, actually. This is a couple, Karl and Felicie Bernstein, who came from Odessa. They had connections with the Ephrussi family, which are probably familiar to you from Edmund de Waal's book, The Hair with Amber Eyes. And it was through that connection, Charles Ephrussi, who was their cousin, that they went on a visit. When they were in Paris, they went to Manet's studio and purchased several works. I'm not going to show you all of them. They were the first works of French Impressionism art anywhere in Germany. And obviously also the first in Berlin. They collected many other things. They had lots of other much older, very high quality furniture and art, but this, in their music room, they exhibited French Impressionism, and this you can just see. This is a painting now, a gorgeous painting, which still hangs on the walls of the National Gallery in Berlin and was donated by them. Why do we come back to the salon? It's not just that they owned these works, but because they had a salon and people who were influential came and saw these works in their home, museum directors, artists, also artists who came from outside Germany, who visited them. And what was important here is that the cultural practice and the cultural policy of the Kaiser, whom you see over here, was extremely conservative. We heard something about that already. And yet you started to have a new museum director, von Schutte, who was interested in acquiring this new work and exhibiting it. And through the activities of many Jews in Berlin, this became possible. The Bernsteins exhibited their collection at the Gurlitt Gallery, which is maybe a familiar name from but actually an ancestor of the Gurlitt who is famous or infamous, and that had a big resonance. At the same time, many Jews who were passionate about French Impressionism helped the state acquire these works because the budget of the state would never have agreed to it. But what is interesting is that as a result of that, they went ahead leaps and bounds. So you can see this is the first museum to ever purchase a work by Manet, the first Cézanne to ever enter a public collection, all done as a kind of collaboration between Hugo von Schutte and this group of collectors and dealers. So this is just a few things you can see, like what's going on in the Berlin art world around this period. I'm really talking about still the Wilhelmine period, the imperial period. Institutions, one of the most important institutions was the Berlin Secession, which enabled artists to exhibit their work who were rejected by the Academy. Two of the most important, sorry, I thought I had pointed them out. Two of the most important people in that were Max Liebermann, the painter, you've already heard quite a lot about him, and Paul Cassirer, who was looking straight out at us in the top hat. From the same Cassirer family, we heard about Ernst Cassirer earlier. He and his cousin Bruno created an art publishing house, and he also had one of the most influential art publications, as well as a very, very important gallery in Berlin for international art. This is the painting that caused the scandal. It was rejected by the Academy, and it looks quite conservative to us, but that was the reason for the establishment of the secession. Okay, here we go. As you can see, I pointed out Liebermann and, okay, here you have Bruno Cassirer, Paul Cassirer. Monica, stop me when my time is up, okay? No, you should, okay. The secession, just an example of the poster, again, the Berlin Bear. By now, everybody should be quite familiar with the Berlin iconography of the city. And the catalog, and you can see, again, the relationship with Cassirer, maybe it was actually too close. They were involved in the jury, they were involved in hanging the exhibitions, and they also published the catalog. And the little emblem that you see there is a design by Max Liebermann. One of the other things, of course, is that seeing this work didn't just mean that you brought this work for the general public, but of course it had a huge impact on artists. And you can see, if you think about the painting we saw earlier, and this painting by Max Liebermann, his engagement with French Impressionism dramatically influenced his own work in terms of loosening up his brushwork, his palette, painting a lot of scenes outdoors. Even in the city, he didn't do very many urban scenes, so even in the city he chose parks, for example. Again, Max Liebermann, we saw a different view of this room, but here you can see he also collected Manet. You can see the two paintings there. But at a certain point, Impressionism was no longer the very avant-garde art. At a certain point, when you start to get into the 20th century, 1905, 1910, it's become quite conservative. And so there was a new movement associated with Expressionism, and the person who did the most to bring that to Berlin was Herwarth Walden. You see his photograph and also his portrait by Oskar Kokoschka, an Austrian artist, Austrian expressionist who moved to Berlin and who created a lot of the visual identity in the early years of Walden's endeavor, which was called Der Sturm, or the Storm. He was a composer and a journalist and did many things. His name was Georg Levin. It was not Herwarth Walden. The poet Else Lasker Schuller, who was his first wife, gave him this name. And actually, he started Der Sturm as here you see them sitting in the cafe, and there you see her. It began actually as a literary, as a magazine, as a publication, but he combined from quite early on text, literature, polemics, and the visual arts, again, Kokoschka, and also sometimes an actual dialogue between poetry and visual art. So here you see a poem by Else Lasker Schuller and a kind of dialogue with the Blaue Reiter artist Franz Marc from Munich, where he is responding visually to her poem. The other thing that was important, if Cassirer brought Impressionism to Berlin, Walden brought other international avant-garde. And one of the first exhibitions that he showed was the International Futurist Show, which had been traveling around Europe. He was the first person to show it in Berlin. And it had a huge impact on Berlin artists. He also organized one of the most important exhibitions in the history of the 20th century, which is the Erste Deutsche Herbstsalon. And just, you can see some of the list of the kinds of art movements that were represented: Expressionism, Cubism, Futurism. And I just kind of pulled it out there. You can see the statistics, how many artists and from how many different countries. And one of the other things that he did that was really important, apart from all of the artists that he brought to Berlin and that he showed there, were he had incredible instincts as a publicist. And so some of the things that we now take for granted that museums do, like producing postcards, selling postcards, public programs, public education, were all done at Der Sturm, which was a private gallery, but it was in a way an absolute engine for important art movements and for modern art in Berlin. Here's again more Chagall. And I'm just going to actually go through this quickly, but just to show the impact of seeing this work, of seeing these futurist works on some of the artists that we've already seen. This idea of presenting, actually now presenting the urban reality of Berlin, not the parks that Lieberman was interested in, but actually the excitement and also to some degree the danger of the city. So Jakob Steinhardt, you saw his prophet. Chana Schütz showed it earlier. This is one of his pictures of kind of raucous, jangly, nerve-wracking urban existence. And she mentioned Meidner. Both Meidner and Steinhardt, as this group, Die Pathetiker, exhibited with Herwarth Walden's gallery, Der Sturm. And I will end with one of Ludwig Meidner's drunken scenes in Berlin. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Now, I'll just put a question to you. Yeah. So, what was the difference at that time? First of all, Walden also exhibited Siri Hjertén, a very famous Swedish painter. Yeah. And also
he exhibited actually many.
And even Strindberg.
Yes.
At the time.
Yes.
Yeah. So, maybe some other Swedes, I don't know.
He did, yeah.
So what I want to ask you is, what was the difference between Paris, Vienna, and Berlin at that time?
Well, I think obviously the difference in general, Walden was unique. I mean, he distinguished himself by this tremendous international focus in terms of the artists that he was interested in. I might also add that he showed many, many more women artists, many of whom only specialists know today, if that. Many, many women artists from many different backgrounds. But he showed Hungarian artists and Polish artists and Russian artists. And he did something else, which is he sent his shows and his artists on the road, on tours. And not just through Germany and Europe. He sent work to Tokyo. He really was a kind of cultural impresario. And he had a vision. I mean, I used to love this quote. Now it's a little bit sad, but he talked in the 20s. He said, there's the United States of, it's now not verbatim, but he said, there's the United States of America. We need a United States of Europe. I mean, he had this, whatever, we talk about the European Union or something about this vision. He had it in the 20s. We see maybe it isn't one that's sustainable. That's a kind of, maybe it's turning into a utopian idea. But so I think he
was an entrepreneur.
He was an entrepreneur, but he was really a visionary, and he had an idea about the power of art. And he, by the way, wasn't only visual art. They had a theater school. He himself was trained as a musician, was a composer. I mean, that's a whole other aspect. I mean, one could really talk for over an hour only about Walden. There's so much to say. But so in terms of distinguishing him, maybe I'm wrong. I can't actually think of a comparable figure as in Paris or in Vienna. No,
was there a difference between the secession in Vienna and the secession in Berlin? They both broke out from the authoritarian, old-fashioned, conservative school.
Yes,
but
I think there were differences. The Vienna secession had, I think, a more holistic approach to art. There was much more marrying of decorative arts and architecture as well as painting and sculpture, which was not the case so much in Berlin. Also in their exhibition practices, the building that they commissioned, that they built, the kinds of exhibitions that they did, for example, the Vienna Secession, for example, the famous exhibition where the centerpiece was Max Klinger's monumental sculpture of Beethoven, which you can see if you go to Leipzig. It's quite an amazing...
Klimt.
No,
Klinger.
Max Klinger did the sculpture, and the other artists responded to the work. And among the responses was the so-called Beethoven frieze by Gustav Klimt, which was actually intended to be just a temporary work of art that would be, when the secession was over, it would be destroyed. But as we know, luckily it was saved, and we still have it. But just that gives you an idea of the mindset. In other words, here's this sculpture, they want to honor Klinger, they bring the sculpture, and then all of these artists make work. It's actually very contemporary. We see that now. All these artists made works in dialogue, in response, in homage to this work. One example. I mean, so there's similarities. The impetus for founding it, the dissatisfaction with the academy and with how people are accepted for exhibition, that was similar. But in actuality, or the way it was realized, there were certainly differences as well as similarities.
Thank you. So, Peter, take the floor, please.
Okay. Let's see, the clicker. Yes. Yes, well, I spent the morning doing away with assimilation, and now I will turn against high culture. Most scholarship on the culture of German Jews focus overwhelmingly on their contributions to high culture. Socially, the producers and recipients of this culture belong to the educated upper classes, the so-called Bildungsbürger. But with all due respect to their works, the contributions of Jews to German high culture was rather limited. Where Jews made a hugely disproportionate contribution to German culture within the realm of the popular arts, in particular popular music, musical theater, and film. Now, this should not be surprising, since that was exactly the case in the United States. Think of Hollywood for film, Tin Pan Alley for popular music, and Broadway for musicals. And I assume that when you did New York as Jewish New York, you talked about that. Well, the situation in Germany was exactly the same from the 1890s to 1933. The biggest arena of Jewish influence on culture was in the realm of popular music, popular theater, and film. Now, I should also note that this popular culture was definitely not that of the Bildungsbürger. It was the culture for the population at large that did not enjoy advanced education, and it encompassed a wide economic spectrum, ranging from successful businessmen down to the lower middle and working classes. The Bildungsbürger often deplored this popular culture as being, well, uncultured. But the proponents of popular culture fought back by parodying, ridiculing, and making fun of high culture and its advocates. And there's actually, we've been celebrating high culture, but there were elements of German high culture that were really repressive and exclusivist. And this was sensed by the population at large, and they fought back against it. So what I'm sort of saying is that, just as assimilation wasn't always good, high culture wasn't always good either. And popular culture was what fought back against it. And that's where the Jews had the biggest contribution in Imperial and Weimar Germany. Now, Jews and German popular culture is a huge subject. I'm trying to write a book about it now. So I can give only a few examples in a few minutes. I can elaborate in discussion. But let's start with cabaret, about which I've written a book. The German cabaret movement was launched in Berlin in January 1901 by Baron Ernst von Wolzogen, who founded the Bundestheater, also known as the Oberbrettel. Now, Wolzogen was not Jewish, and in fact, it soon became apparent that he was an anti-Semite. But his cabaret was successful due to the music of the in-house Austrian composer, Oskar Strauss, who within a few years would gain worldwide fame with operettas like Der tapfere Soldat, known as the Chocolate Soldier in English, and Ein Walzertraum, a waltz dream. Even the young Arnold Schoenberg composed songs for Wollzogen's Cabaret, which were the only songs that he ever wrote that are actually singable. And I have to, the reason why I've got this slide, the last time I myself appeared on a cabaret stage was as master of ceremonies to Marnie Nixon singing Schoenberg's cabaret songs with Leonard Stein, a student of Schoenberg, at the piano. But that was 30 years ago. Now I'm just an academic. 2 years later, in 1903, the first Berlin Review was launched at the Metropoltheater, which is now the Komische Oper. Julius Freund, the major scriptwriter of the Metropole Reviews, and Victor Hollander, the major composer, were both Jewish. Their annual reviews, staged between 1903 and 1913, touted the latest fads and fashions of Berlin. And that was indeed the major theme of Jewish contribution to German and to American popular culture. Namely, they promoted commercial and cultural modernity. The first review was significantly entitled Neuestes aller Neuestes, get the latest, the very latest. And it provided a tour of the newest sites of the German metropolis, such as the Wertheim department store. It also celebrated new inventions that touched everyday life, like the Kodak handheld camera. Politicians of all stripes were satirized as well. But the biggest theme of that and later reviews was fashion, since the actors, singers, and chorus, particularly the women, showed off the latest styles. The absolute star of the Metropole Reviews was Fritzi Massary, a wonderful operetta singer, who also would always show off the latest styles in women's fashions, but you even had the chorus girls, as they were called, showing off the latest styles in things like underwear. Now, in Imperial Berlin, the largest occupational sector after the civil service was garment making and clothing retail, in which Jewish enterprises played a disproportionate role. So by displaying on stage the latest trends in clothing, the reviews promoted the commodity manufactured and retailed in the most Jewish sector of Berlin's economy. But placement of Jewish products was not the main point of the reviews. More generally, they told their audiences to be open to the new, in fashion, in consumer goods, and in the arts. Now by then, film, which was an invention of the 1890s, was taking off, and Jews played disproportionately large roles in the early German film industry. For example, in 1906, Paul Davidson started the Union Theater chain of cinemas that spread throughout Germany, including the first freestanding cinemas, such as this cinema on the Alexanderplatz, which was opened in 1909. Davidson also founded a film production company, and one of his early discoveries was the actor Ernst Lubitsch. Now, like most people in the early film business, both Davidson and Lubitsch started out in the textile trade. Davidson as a traveling clothes salesman, Lubitsch as an apprentice in his father's clothing store in Berlin. Now that milieu, the Jewish textile milieu, was the milieu of Lubitsch's breakthrough films of 1914, namely Die Firma heiratet, The Boss Gets Married, and Der Stolz der Firma, The Pride of the Business. In The Pride of the Business, Lubitsch plays the role of Sigmund Lachmann, who starts out as a clumsy apprentice in an East European provincial town, then moves to Berlin after he gets fired from his job in the provinces. In Berlin, he works his way up the clothing trade through a series of comic shenanigans, and he ends up marrying the daughter of his employer. The final shot of the film is, for me, iconic for the Jewish experience in Berlin. On the left, we see Lubitsch as the young apprentice, as he appears at the beginning of the film. On the right, we see him at the end of the film, when he's an established and assimilated businessman. So what's happening here, it's animated, of course, is the Lubitsch on the right, who was mated, who's assimilated, he's saying no, no, no to his past. Whereas the young Sigmund Lachmann, who starts out in Eastern Europe, he's smiling to you, the audience, and saying, you know, what's with this assimilated guy? What Lubitsch is essentially saying is that you, assimilated Jews in the German audience in 1914, don't deny your East European past and don't deny your Jewishness. And this is the perspective of popular culture as opposed to, say, the Zentralverein and its high culture. I would like to note the same point was made in a very famous cartoon a decade earlier in 1904. It's entitled Darwinism, and the caption translates as, "The Chanukia of Cone, a goatskin salesman from Posen, evolves into the Christmas tree of commercial counselor Konrad in Western Berlin." Again, making exactly the point. By the time you get to the point on the right, you're going to try to deny that these were your Jewish and East European origins. Now, after the Great War, Jews were even more prominent in the popular culture of the Weimar Republic. The works of Friedrich Hollander, who is the son of Victor, remember Victor is the major composer of the Metropole Reviews, the works of Friedrich Hollander were paradigmatic. He penned not only the music, but also the lyrics for numerous songs in cabarets, reviews, and eventually sound films, most famously The Blue Angel of 1930. In the picture to the right, the more interesting figure for me is not Marlene Dietrich, but Rosa Valetti, who's standing there. She founded her own cabaret in the early 1920s in Berlin, and she was Jewish and also quite leftist and political. But Hollander was just one of many Jewish composers who crafted songs performed on stage, in bars, in dance halls, and broadcast on the air via the new medium of radio. These were works by composers like Rudolf Nelson or Misha Spolyansky. Now, sometimes the music of Hollander, Spolyansky, and Nelson livened up the spectacular reviews that were a trademark of the 1920s Berlin. The two most famous Weimar reviews were both managed by Jews, namely Hermann Haller, who imported the Tiller Girls to Berlin. The Tiller Girls were the most famous kick line of the day. The other review director was Erich Scharell. But the best works of composers like Hollander, Nelson, and Spolyansky were performed in the smaller, more intimate, and more satirical cabarets. And the lyrics to these cabaret songs were scripted by Jewish writers like Walter Mehring, who was a Dadaist poet. On the right, we see a portrait of him by George Gross. Or a lot of the cabaret lyrics were scripted by Kurt Tucholsky, who went under the name when he wrote for the cabaret as Theobald Tiger. Now, just very briefly about this song Tamerlane, which can still be very effectively performed today. It was 1922. So you have the woman who's looking at the audience, especially the guys in the audience, and say, "You're just a bunch of wimps. German men today are a bunch of wimps. I need a real he-man like Tamerlane, like Attila the Hun, somebody like that." So it starts out erotic. But by the time you get to the third stanza, she's saying, in politics, too, we need a strong man. We need a leader. So what she's doing is, this is so typical of cabaret songs. They start out erotic, but they end up political. So actually what the song is about is a satire of right-wing calls for a new Führer. And they're doing this already in 1922, again with this text by Tucholsky. And that's why cabarets were also in the forefront of attacks on Hitler at a time when few people took him seriously. The most successful cabaret of the Weimar era was Kurt Robitschek's Kabarett der Komiker, Cabaret of the Comedians. He opened it in 1924 with a skit called Quo Vadis. It ostensibly was a parody of the novel Quo Vadis, but the Nero figure was dressed as Hitler. That was already in 1924. 7 years later, when the Nazi threat was much more real, Hollander wrote the review Spuck in der Villa Stern, which included the song An allem sind die Juden schuld. The Jews are to blame for everything. And it satirized the anti-Semitic tendency to blame everything conceivable on the Jews, down to bad weather and dripping faucets. Now, because of this, the fact that the Jewish cabaret attacked the Nazis much more openly and much earlier than other groups, they had to flee Germany in 1933. Some were fortunate enough to continue their careers on Broadway and in Hollywood. which means you had a coming together of the New York Jews and the Berlin Jews in American popular culture. What this also meant, though, is that German popular culture was decimated. I'll just conclude with one statistic. After 1933, you couldn't put on operettas by any Jewish composers, which basically meant you couldn't put on any good operettas, because there were only two operatic composers who were non-Jewish. One was Franz Lehar, whose hit The Merry Widow was already 30 years old, and the other was Ralph Benatsky, but he couldn't stand the Nazis.
So tell me something, what was so specific about the Berliner jokes and so on, the Berliner Schnauze?
Well, Berliner Schnauze is a different thing. Berliner Schnauze comes from Berlin popular culture, and it goes back to like the early 18th century. And it's like you've got it in New York. You've got a lot of big city gamins, big city denizens. They speak off to authority. So that certainly was played into it, but not everybody I showed was actually from Berlin. What was, I think, typical about all these forms of popular culture, where you're talking about reviews, cabarets, whatever, you are simultaneously celebrating modernity. You're celebrating commercial modernity. You're celebrating the latest styles and fads and fashions, also in politics, also in sexuality. But you're also likely parodying them. So they're saying, be open to the new, but don't swallow everything new that comes along. Be a little suspicious of it, be a little critical. So go along with it, but don't get swept away with it. Which incidentally is also a very good attitude in politics. And some of these songs were political.
So did this spill over to everyone? I mean, this idea, because, if you talk to people in the street or taxi drivers, they always have sometimes a twist in there.
Yeah, and that's why I would say goes from the other direction. It comes from the population at large and feeds into popular culture, but not high culture. So it's like it feeds into popular culture, but then it gets disseminated by popular culture and it feeds back into the way people speak. That actually is a symbiosis that worked.
Good. So, please, now it's your floor, Aris.
Yes. Well, it's sobering to be the last one after two so eloquent talks. And a caveat, I wrote down some thoughts on this topic, Berlin and literature, on the flight coming back from Frankfurt. Seriously hungover, seriously sleep deprived, which certainly happens when you spend 3 days with Academy members who are all octogenarians and who like their potables. And to make matters worse, I was asked to cut things down, so my imagery is even less coherent than I would wish it to be. Nevertheless, atmospherically I picked it up. I'll try to say a few things to fill in the voids between the imagery. And my main topic will be the relationship between Berlin and what you could call the collective imaginary. Why is Berlin, for writers in the 1910s and certainly in the 1920s, of increasing importance? What is this urban culture all about? So, sorry. You see, this is the pitfall of having a PDF file. You get two images at the same time, which was certainly not my plan. But I'll try to speak a little bit about what was termed at the time asphalt literature, Asphaltliteratur. And to start it all off, here is a quote from Gottfried Benn, one of the proponents of this kind of literature, the overflowing plenty of stimuli of artistic, scientific, commercial improvisations which placed the Berlin of 1918 to 1933 in the class of Paris stemmed for the most part from the talents of this sector of the population, i.e. the Literatenjuden, the Jewish literary figures, its international connections, its sensitive restlessness, and above all, its dead certain instinct for quality. This is a quote that is usually pulled out whenever you speak about the contribution of people of Jewish heritage or descent in terms of literature in Berlin at the time. And I'd like to single out not so much the Literatenjuden, but the things that Ben himself stresses. The international connections, the restlessness, and the instinct for quality. All of these aspects tend to become, in the course of those very few years of the Weimar Republic, the hallmark of a class of intellectuals. We spoke about the intellectual earlier, and I think the congruence between what was termed the intellectual and modernity as such, which permeated this urban culture, is what is at stake here. So Asphalt-Literatur, first attested in 1918, usually referred to as a metropolitan. This I also translated from German into English, so bear with me if the English is not all that eloquent as my previous colleagues here on the podium performed it to be. Metropolitan writing no longer rooted in what is native. So the urban culture associated with Asphalt-Literatur is uprooted, or it tries to put down its roots in a manner different from the natural kingdom. And to emphasize this, on the right-hand side, you see the metro, for which we have a Swede to be happy about. Alfred Grenander, a Swede who built more than 70 U-Bahn and S-Bahn stations in Berlin, was really responsible for intensifying the city and turning what had been, up till 1920, a series of more or less self-independent, or certainly self-identifying parts of town into a cohesive whole. Big Berlin was created in 1920, much thanks to the U-Bahn nets. It's a late phenomenon. Both London and Paris obviously had their tube and a metro many decades earlier, and the reason for this was because you hadn't figured out yet how to build tunnels in this porous ground on which Berlin was built. And here you see on this fascinating postcard from the Friedrichstraße, you see what I'm after. It's the element in between upper and nether regions. That's where the asphalt comes in. It's the sort of idea that a city is spread horizontally, and with it comes a whole set of different notions that are no longer vertically oriented, but horizontally oriented. And how do you write literature based on such principles? A literature that is extensive, that it is at the same time intensive in particular regions, that creates its own heterogeneous topography, if you wish. Well, some of the trademarks of this kind of literature, or this kind of view of literature, are the ones that I listed here to the right. It's a heterogeneous culture. It's an international, or cosmopolitan, as it was sometimes called. It's restless, it's quick-witted, it's matter of fact, in other words, sachlich. It's fascinating, dangerous, ambivalent, and unreliable, and so on and so forth. Many of these characteristics are also the outcome or the product or the reaction against the First World War, in which the critical faculty, the reflexive abilities of people had been put out of play for the purpose of national or ethnic pathos. And what was seriously needed in culture was a sachlich attitude, and hence you had the Neue Sachlichkeit in the 20s that permeated so much of this urban culture and went from high to low, including women's hairdos and the way in which you held your cigarette, if you smoked a Russian cigarette or an American cigarette, and so on and so forth. In other words, we're in a new territory which had not yet made its imprint on on the collective conscious in Germany. It's a seriously urban culture. Berlin was the top boss above all other topoi at the time for this. But as this postcard also indicates, you have the asphalt, you have this leveling of symbolical capital. At the same time, you introduce the notion of something subterranean, an unconscious element. And I will return to this part. There's a hidden part to the world. Here, just a few quotes dealing with the subway system in Berlin. Ehlers, an automat swallows you at Zoo and spits you out again at Alexanderplatz. Josef Roth, I confess loyalty to Gleisdreieck, an important station and a node where you change trains and directions in the city. And here 2 quotes from Brecht and André Bailey. Brecht, midday, and the subway was full of people. I found a seat already at Gleisdreieck, which is to say I was positively pressed down into it. I would have had to resist with all my strength, but to what avail? I sat and could no longer stand up. Right in front of me on my knees, people were standing who I would have had to disturb, parting them like Moses did the Red Sea. And then André Bailey, Russian, who visited Berlin and obviously saw the many immigrants due to the Russian Revolution who had arrived in Berlin and turned Charlottenburg, for example, into Charlottengrad and had their own communities. At Wittenbergplatz, the Untergrundbahn spits out a heap of people who run their separate ways on the streets that converge star-like at the square. At night, the electricity of different establishments sparkle and gleam. Here at the Russian Bear, you are served by waiters holding officer's rank and coming from aristocratic families. In the Rushko Cafe, innumerable Russians from Lodz speculate boldly. The black market is in full swing. In other words, former hierarchies do no longer hold sway over the situation. And more important even, you have a sense of simultaneity. Things happen at the same time at different locations. And there's no structure to mediate between these various hotspots that outranks other ways of conceiving of this milieu. An important aspect of this kind of literature. To the right, or to the left, a number of writers not necessarily associated with asphalt literature and not necessarily always Jewish, but a few aspects then to perhaps seize hold of. It's a kind of hybridization of culture where literature functions along other trajectories than those who had been important until this time. Race and gender, class, languages and media all have a say in this matter, and creating then a sort of world where differences matter. Differences in a different way, understood in a different way than the former fairly stable society where difference was a matter of distinction. You belonged to a certain class and you had certain distinctive markers to maintain your privileges or to dissociate yourself from other such strata in society. And here, suddenly, the matter of differences and what is distinction is renegotiated in literature. So you have a world that suddenly becomes very disturbing, but also intense, critical, contradictory, transformative. This is really shorthand for things that we could expound on during our discussion. Well, a famous word introduced by a French philosopher, a heterotopia. And two intensities, two such instances. We've already heard about the cafe, which was one such place where you found this in a concentrated form. The other one would be the movie theater. In both cases, these were cheap places to spend many hours. Certain cafes would allow you to stay there for I think, 10 hours before they put a card on your table saying that you had to refresh your coffee. So they were cheap. They were easily available. You didn't need an introduction from somebody who was already a part of this community. They were warm. And mind you, many people lived below what we would consider, the line where poverty begins. And so you go to the cafe, so you don't have to pay for the coal to heat up your little dinky room. And you meet people. It was a marketplace for communication. It was a place where you could read all the newspapers, and including international papers. Obviously, you could work there, and you met people. You networked, as it were. And here's a quote from Dublin already in 1922. As you know, his famous novel Alexanderplatz came out at the end of the same decade, where he says, "Berlin is wonderful. The horse tracks went under, whereas above the streets, electric wires were drawn. The city spread out underneath a swinging charged net, and it rebels, conspires, breeds right, breeds left, demonstrates. Tenants, house owners, Jews, anti-Semites, poor, proletarians, class fighters, 20,000 organizations, 10,000 newspapers, 20,000 reports, 5 truths, it gleams and sizzles." What's fascinating with this passage, apart from the many things enumerated, are the mixture of grammatical forms. You don't have only nouns, you have adjectives interspersed, and you don't have a syntax that allows you for a sort of cohesion that orders the whole thing along the so-called traditional and proper ways. He has found a new style that he deems appropriate to the kind of literature he wants to go on to write. A literature where social classes are a matter, obviously, of making them conscious, but where they are no longer really functioning according to the old lines, and language needs to somehow perform the same trick. And this is also, I think, why he himself maintained until the very end of his life the position that he doesn't have a style. For him, style comes out of matter. Whatever topic you choose, that's what gives you the particular style in which you will write. It was really a matter of moral for him not to have a style. And here you see how the city suddenly becomes style, as it were. And this is what is usually referred to his famous, as his famous Kinostil, a movie style. So mobilizing the sudden new medial possibilities, or the sudden possibilities of one medium in another form, taking the characteristics of movies and introducing them in the case of into literature. He termed Kino das Theater der kleinen Leute, the theater of small people. You didn't need a wardrobe to go to the movies. You didn't need a lot of money. You didn't need to have an education necessarily. You went there and you experienced this integrative space beyond the bourgeois culture of distinction, which was dark. So you partook in a sort of collective experience, while at the same time maintaining your narrative, your individual point of view. Which, of course, since you were many in the same space, provided a number of, or innumerable points of vision, conflicting perspectives, simultaneity, and so on and so forth. It was also the place, obviously, where you acquired the latest news, and until 1918, also the propaganda from the war or from the front. And this affected him greatly, as you will know much better than I, since you've written on the transition from one medium to another, in the case of Dublin's Alexanderplatz, a book that turned into a film and turned into so many other forms of articulation. And I'll finish, since this kind of culture is traditionally or usually associated with the east of Berlin, and high culture in its various forms, be they Jewish or not, traditionally associated with the West. That's where you arrived, having performed the trajectory from the poor East over into the bourgeois West, stopping in the middle, which was called the Nebbich West, the faux West, where you hadn't really made it yet, but you could pretend to be thoroughly assimilated. And here, obviously, as so many here today will know, the area around the Gedächtniskirche was of particular importance. Some of the famous cafes were there. Starting in the early 1900s, you would have the Romanisches Café, where Lasker Schüler and all the others met. And this became a sore point later on, only 20 years later, to the Braun cohorts that started to march the streets, including Goebbels. Here's the Romanisches Café on the left, including Goebbels, who in a text titled Around the Gedächtniskirche in 1928 writes the following: "That is Berlin West, the heart-turned to stone of the city. Here in the niches and corners of cafes, in the cabarets and bars, in the Soviet theaters and mezzanines, the spirit of the asphalt democracy is piled high. One would so gladly believe that it is the national elite stealing day and night from the dear lord of Tauentzienstraße. It's only the Israelites, the German people is alien and superfluous here. This is not the true Berlin." And for him, the church embodied this last resort of things German in the midst of a commercial area characterized by cafes, by shops, and certainly also by movie theaters. The big movie temples were all in the West, whereas you would have the smaller places and all these Nickelodeon movie theaters in private apartments close to the subway stations. And this is where he wanted to, as it were, if you allow me, this bizarre quote, to clean up. And how do you do that in a culture where increasingly it's difficult to distinguish between who is a Jew and who is not a Jew? Well, you start, of course, by caricatures, and you barely see these images here now, but obviously you see what is supposed to be a Jewish man, and then the German woman, the arch extremes on the right spectrum of politics. And here a Stürmer edition in February 1929, where Magnus Hirschfeld is singled out. He later would receive lots of caricatures, much worse than this one, which is sort of fairly okay, I think, in comparison to the later ones. But he was the embodiment of the intellectual at the same time as he was the embodiment of the Jewish spirit, and a sexologist or sexual biologist, an intellectual, a social democrat, and, as it happens, also homosexual. So in fact, he himself incarnated all the things that were wrong for people on the right during these years. And I will finish by saying a few words about his Institute for Sexualwissenschaft in Tiergarten. Many of you have been there, and many of you live there probably. It's no longer in existence, obviously, but it's placed roughly where today the Haus der Kultur und der Welt is located. And it opened in 1919, was closed in 1933, and it devoted itself to the human body and to human sexuality in its various multifarious forms, all believing in the belief that eventually sexuality should not be part of medicine, because in 8 out of 10 cases, sexuality is nothing sick or pathological. It doesn't need a cure, and hence it shouldn't really belong to medicine. But until then, you would have to walk a long way, and partly by performing surgical operations, in parts, and mostly by informing people, which you see here. And in his famous Bilderwand here down to the right is the first case of someone trying to visualize, with the help of many images at the same time, a certain topic. And this is 10 years before Abi Warburg in Hamburg did the same thing with his Mnemosyne Atlas. Some of you will know this much better than I do. And in order to collect information, he frequently he asked people to fill out his psychologische Fragebogen and enquete, 144 questions at most. And I won't bore you with these things, but I will show you some of the images that so... yes, I will stop. Give me 30 seconds, because I will stop with these gentlemen here and some of the women on the right here who are more seriously men. But yes, well, here 2 cases of how to perceive the body. On the left, Adolf Koch and his cross-generational attempt to celebrate nakedness. On the right, on the left here, Hans Syrén, which was a homosocial and fairly homosexual, I would imagine, way of understanding the body. And I mentioned this, and I bring in Hirschfeld only for the purpose of telling you that most of the books that were burnt on the Opernplatz in 1933 on May 10 came from his library. He had probably what was the biggest private library of sexualia and erotica in the world, at least known. And of the 25,000 books, some 20,000 came from his library. And with the help of students from the Hochschule für Deutsche Körperkultur, who marched to his place in Tiergarten, they looted his place. Here you see the looting. And 3 days later, they were burnt on the Opernplatz, and Goebbels held his infamous talk, which was quoted earlier today. And here are some of the images you've all seen. And I would like to end with a photo, not from the book burning, but from the day thereafter, on Opernplatz here on May 11, and you see the book still burning. And a letter written by Brecht, finally absconded and who fled the country. He writes to Leon Feuchtwanger in 1934, why shouldn't we then accept the term asphalt literature, which had undergone a permutation, a transformation during these years from being positive at the first to become a derogative term of the Nazis. And he tries to reappropriate the term for his own purposes. What speaks against asphalt except these unsalvageable ones, diese unheilbaren, in other words, all the people who have perished already, who no heil may help. Only the swamp raises accusations against its big black brother, the asphalt, patient, clean, and useful. We are really for the cities, although perhaps not in the current state. We expect nothing, not the least support from the European place, scholle, in other words, flundra, spetta, rödspetta in Swedish, which happens in German to mean also farm or piece of land, a topic. So this is his way of understanding Blut und Boden from another perspective. Flat surfaces can be mobile like a scholle. Well, thank you so much. I will.
So we have to go up again.
Sorry. The last pictures were great. Yeah.
Aris, thank you. I'm not on. Hello. Thank you so much. Any comments from you, please? Or are you as exhausted as I am by this?
Well, actually, I would like to pick up on Dublin,
yes,
if you can imagine. Please. And I think the interesting thing, I've talked about how most of today has been celebrating German high culture and the Jews as sustainers of German high culture. But as I mentioned, German popular culture, including German Jewish, attacked the repressive aspects of high culture, the fact that it was used to bind together this upper class, which looked down upon the lower classes, and culture could be a means of solidifying social control and social dominance. That was the bad aspect of the Bildungsbürgertum. And what's interesting about someone like Dublin is he attempted to explode German high culture from within. And just to give you a quote from Dublin, he wrote in 1922, the same time as your quote about Berlin, Dublin writes, for a long time, the same classical ensemble, das klassische Ensemble, by which he means German classical culture. Dublin writes, for a long time, the same classical ensemble remained completely outside my purview. It was alien to me. Goethe did not enter my mind at all. Slowly, I made a connection between the classical ensemble, including schools and teachers, and the obtuse bourgeoisie. The same elements that run the state politically also publish newspapers, collect paintings, build museums, go to concerts and theaters, look at actors' photographs. Boring, often despicable elements that can only be resisted. I say that the same bourgeois strata are the ones who worship the classical ensemble. End of quote. So that is, this is the other perspective. Döblin himself was Bildungsbürger, but he turned against it because he saw that German culture was also used to cement class authority by the upper classes. It was rammed down students' throats in the schools, and totally deprived of its spirit. That is, so what you have with Döblin is a German Jew who both explodes the German classical tradition and revolutionizes it from within. And by the way, he goes on to say that there's one word which he does not want applied to his work, which is Kunst. For him, Kunst is a dirty word. This Germanic worship of art as something holy made him throw up. I'm using his own words. I mean, this is not what art should be. It should not be holy, it should not be sacred. It should be alive, it should be vital, and it should be open to criticism. So that's, just picking up on what you said on Döblin. I think he's a terribly important figure, but he goes against a lot of what is considered German high culture.
What do you say about that, Emily?
I have nothing to add. About Döblin?
No, but about Kunst and German culture.
I have to say that the thing that immediately came to mind, maybe it's the tiredness, but the brilliant, it's not now. Berlin, no. The brilliant Munich figure, Kurt Valentin, such a great humor, so he said something like, Kunst ist schön, macht aber viel Arbeit. Is that correct? Is that just right? Okay. Everybody laugh, you understand. Art is wonderful, but it's a lot of work.
That's how we end it then.
I don't know if that's how we end it, but it's what...
we have to end.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just...
This is at us.
No, I mean, but just to say that art, I guess that also part of it has to do with this dichotomy. Artists work hard also. I mean, it's Arbeit.
It's a craft.
It's a craft,
It's a
I mean,
labor.
writers, visual artists, okay, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
No discussion. That's exhausting.
Oh, we can talk about it later. That's cool.
Thank you very much. And I'm very happy to invite to the stage Alexander Freudenthal and Anders Hammarlund for a little session on music and the music world in Berlin throughout the generation.
We decided to be standing to have better contact with the audience, I think. Right. And after listening to so long and interesting discussions, we have the privilege of playing some music. And we may listen to some really existing music from Berlin, from the 1920s and even before that. We heard a lot about the fascinating salon of the early 19th century Berlin and its important function as a kind of interface between the Jewish bourgeoisie of Berlin and the majority society, We heard something about the important popular culture of Berlin as well. But now we will start with plunging into something very specifically Jewish, an internal affair, so to speak, namely what was going on in the synagogue. And then we come into something very fascinating, a big struggle, almost a fist fight, on an important topic, namely, what is the role in religious, of music in religious service?
Right. Is the goal of the music to help the service, or is the goal of the service to help the music? Which is...
Yeah, it's mainly, this is a conflict on, between ethics and aesthetics. Is what people are doing in the synagogue, as well in the church, is it mainly has it to do with ethics, morality, reading sacred text, communicating a sacred message? Or could it, or even should it be an aesthetic performance, an aesthetic experience? And that's,
right, so
that's the conflict. And this starts when someone in a little synagogue in northern Germany introduces an organ early in the 19th century.
In Seesen, right?
In Seesen, yeah. That was a kind of reformed community.
Very early reform, has to be said. That's really at the start of this movement. It's the Jakobson Schule.
Yeah.
And how they start with this, and suddenly we have a completely different outlook on what Jewish traditional music and synagogue music should be. Because let's face it, a lot of what we have been discussing just happens to be Jews. I'm not sure it actually is Jewish culture by itself, as you said. And so this thing now is we go back to the roots, so to speak. Where does this Jewish music come from, and what purpose does it serve? So should we start with some music?
I could say a few words first,
Okay.
because when I was working at the State Musical Archives here in Stockholm, Statens Musikverk, a few years ago, we were receiving a fascinating donation of the private collections of late cantor Leo Rosenbluth. And one important part of this donation was a little, I would call it, treasure box with some old 78 records with a famous cantor, Josele Rosenblatt, who was a very famous cantor in the 1920s. He visited Berlin many times, make gramophone recordings in Berlin. And Rosenbluth apparently regarded these recordings, this way of singing, as the real roots of really Jewish musical expression for the synagogue. Maybe we could listen now to this.
Right, so first track.
Mi
well, nobody would stay untouched by this, I think. It's fantastic, isn't it?
Right, and with the Kretsch and everything, with the crying, and it's tied back into the old tradition. So then the question was, in Berlin, what were they after? Because then something new happened.
Yeah, well, I used to call it the Bildungsästhetik. It was introduced to the synagogue, namely what we often call classical music, actually a new form of religion, which, well, music was presented as one important way for mankind to raising the cultural level, the ethical level, so to speak. A new form of religion, which actually got these new temples. I mean, right until the end of the 18th century, there were new musical venues in Europe, new concert halls. Music was performed in palaces, in courtyards, in living rooms, in salons, in churches, but maybe not in synagogues still. During the 19th century, music becomes one of the most important expressions of a new form of aesthetic, namely the Bildungsästhetik, connection to the German Bildung movement. And in the last years, actually, of the 19th century, this new form of worship got its own temple in Vienna, in the famous Cisterziensgebäude, where a person called Ludwig van Beethoven is the new idol, so to speak. And you can understand that this came into conflict with the traditional concepts of Jewish, maybe call it music making in the synagogue.
Right.
So gradually, the canon of classical music was introduced to the synagogue. There was a person who maybe he could call himself a Berliner. His name was Abraham Baer, and actually for many years he was the cantor of the synagogue in Göteborg in Sweden. But actually he was born in Finland, in province Posen, not very far from Berlin. And even if he was working as a cantor in Göteborg, he was very much in close contact with the circle around Neue Synagoge and the Hochschule für die Wissenschaft des Judentums. In 1877, he published in Göteborg the most comprehensive documentation and most comprehensive handbook of cantorial Jewish singing that was ever published anywhere in Europe. It's still in use in the cantor's educations all over the world, in fact. And the publication of his book in 1877, well, he wanted to say that, well, it's wonderful with new music, Mendelssohn and all that. Even the hymns of Handel were introduced into the synagogue. We should have modern music, of course, but we shouldn't throw out the baby with the bathwater. We have a fantastic tradition of musical communication of the sacred word, so to speak. So this should be preserved, and it should be integrated into the modern concepts, musical concepts.
Right, and of course, that's not exactly what happened.
No.
Because what happened in Berlin was that people felt that they wanted to be part of this nice, modern, and classical tradition. So then someone like, and we're actually going a bit back in time, but at approximately the same time, someone like Louis Lewandowski can have a really big impact. And it still has to be said, he still has. A lot of people going to the Great Synagogue in Stockholm, I assume a lot of people going to synagogues anywhere in the world will remember and recognize Lewandowski, because he wrote music that are still hits. People are still singing them, right? I actually thought just listen to Lewandowski, especially we're going to listen to his Hashiveno now, which I think all of you, because this shows something important. This was written for organ and choir, mixed choir, but the tunes, so to speak, are so well crafted that they work as just communal singing, but also as choir music. In this case, we will listen to the recording actually made by my grandfather, Heinz Freudenthal, in the Nuremberg synagogue in the 80s with a Hans Sachs choir and an organ and everything, so that this is not going to be in 78. It's probably a bit more better musical quality on the sound, and you'll see how Lewandowski sounded at the time. So let's have the next track. And of course, this is completely different from the way we sing it now. And I think that's great. That shows something, that this music can actually work in two ways. On the one hand, as Anders said, it's when it was performed this way, it takes away all, I mean, this is religion in service of music. This is, music is the important thing and just happens to be Jewish. It just happens to be done in the synagogue, but it's actually a performance. It's a thing, it's a show, it's a concert. Whilst when the interesting thing is nowadays, we've taken it back to the synagogue. And suddenly the music that was as performance is now part of religion. So it can actually go both ways. It doesn't have to only end up being a performance. If the music is interesting enough or has enough memories for us or important enough, we can actually reclaim it, so to speak, to the religious sphere.
Performing this kind of music was a kind of challenge for many smaller Jewish communities, of course. I mean, you have to have a choir, professional choir leader, an organist, an organ, etc., etc. You have to rehearse, and many of the smaller communities couldn't afford that. And in the 1920s, there was an interesting initiative in order to, in a way, to help the small Jewish communities, small Reformed communities, with having a professional music in the synagogue with the help of the latest technique, sound technique, namely the 78 record. Was a person called Hans Lachmann Mosse, who had taken over the Mosse publishing house after his father-in-law, Rudolf Mosse. He was very active as a patron of classical music. He was a personal friend of Wilhelm Furtwängler, for example, and he was a sponsor of the Berliner Philharmoniker. He took the initiative to make gramophone records of Reformed Jewish services in order to provide the small synagogues with a high standard art music. And he toured the small synagogues of Berlin, bringing his gramophone and his pack of 78 records, quite heavy, I think. And then he placed the gramophone on the beamer in the synagogue, cranking up the gramophone and playing this Bildungsästhetik,
right.
Communicating the Bildungsästhetik to these small communities. It's an interesting example. And in fact, it's a little bit moving because these recordings, which were made, very professional recordings, were made in a studio in Berlin in 1929 and 1930, are in fact preserved. Because the musical director of the Reformgemeinde in Berlin managed to escape to Australia in 1939, bringing all these records, in fact. And these have been published on CDs. And we will listen to a small part of such a service. I think it's Simchat Torah.
And also, notice that they're singing in German. Now the transition has happened. The Lewandowski we heard was Hebrew. Now we're moving to German. So next track.
I think we should switch to another stage in Berlin, so to speak, a more popular kind of music that you might be listening to in a cafe with music entertainment, for example. One form of one genre, actually, that was quite popular not only in Berlin in the 1920s and 1930s, was Kunstpfeifen, so the whistling, artistic whistling. And we will listen to a person with the artist name Guido Gialdini, whose original name was Kurt Abramowitz. And now he performs a piece that we have heard about earlier today.
The Tamerlan.
Yeah.
The Tamerlan. Right.
Or maybe, I mean, the audience who heard this, and have heard this piece sung before,
Right.
they don't know the text. There's a subtle, maybe political
Right.
irony in this.
That you do whistling,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah.
And of course, anyone who knows their Al Jolson will kind of tie into Tutsi, because also the whistling is a nice connection there. And it's also actually made at approximately the same time, in the late 20s. The thing is, though, what's specifically Jewish about this? As again, I'm not sure it is. This kind of could tie into Edelson, but we also speak about Lazarus. But like
Yes.
Edelson, the famous Edelson who wrote his Jewish music, I'm not always convinced that he himself knew was Jewish. He had a problem with what Jewish music is. Is it Jewish music or music for the Jews? Because there's a big difference. Or is it both? Or is it neither? So now we're coming into the fact, when we talk about Jewish popular music and Jewish popular culture, I'm not sure we can find a specific Jewish element unless we look at the intention or the performers being Jews. But by itself, this is just entertainment music. But someone who thought about this then would be Lazarus.
Lazarus, yeah, really, fantastic man. I think he's the reason why I'm standing here, because I'm an ethnomusicologist, and he was the real inventor, I could say, of this discipline. It didn't exist as a discipline when Lazarus was a professor of philosophy in Berlin in the 1870s. But he had an important student, namely Georg Simmel. And Simmel was a typical Berliner. He certainly, in his upper teens, he visited some beer garden in Berlin. And then he could hear some Kunstpfeifer maybe, but it was also an interesting phenomenon called Natursänger und Jodler. That was people, German-speaking people from the areas in the Alpine regions of southern Germany and Austria and Switzerland. They used to tour the big cities like Vienna, Munich, Berlin, Hamburg, and even Stockholm and Paris, in fact, performing traditional folk music, folk dancing, folk songs. And Simmel became fascinated by this. He heard this yodeling. He was thinking, how in the world can such phenomenon emerge? How is this possible? So he decided to write his doctoral dissertation on this topic, in fact. And he published in the Journal of the Swiss Alpinist Association a questionnaire. This was in the 1870s, 1879. Containing a set of questions about the social background, from which social strata the yodelers are recruited. Is the difference on male and female yodeling? what the acoustic conditions, the economic background, etc., etc. And this became part of the basis material for his dissertation, which he presented to the University in Berlin in 1879. But there was a problem. The professors like Helmholtz and Stumpf, famous people, they thought this is really fascinating and maybe really interesting, but the discipline doesn't exist at the university. So they rejected his dissertation. But he immediately started to write another dissertation on an aspect of the philosophy of Immanuel Kant. So he got his doctorate quite soon. But, and that's interesting, this dissertation was published by Moritz Lazarus, the founder of the Hochschule für die Wissenschaft des Judentums, in his famous Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie und Sprachwissenschaft, which is a fascinating publication. So Lazarus, who was a wonderful Talmud scholar with a background in a small town in Province Posen, actually the same town from which Abraham Baer, the cantor in Göteborg, came. He made a fantastic career in Berlin and founded a new discipline. He called it Völkerpsychologie. That would be translated today as social psychology, I would say. So this is actually the historical foundations for the scholarly study of musical phenomena with the help of theories taken from sociology, ethnology, the social sciences generally.
Right, and in that sphere, I mean, that ties into this, what is Jewish music, because there's Jewish ethnomusicologists who want to figure out what's Jewish music. And I mean, we've all heard the discussions. Is that the scale, well, the scale exists everywhere else. You can have the Hedja scale, which is the same as the Havaraba scale, or is it whatever, what is that's the unique thing? And if there's something, I mean, you can see that Jews were definitely part of Berlin's popular culture, as you just said, Peter, and it's really, we're all over the place. And if maybe, I don't know, but maybe the fact that they were willing and curious all the time to seek out new things, that made them unique. And one of them, of course, was these cabaret songs. And then we get into the kind of, as we said, they start out erotic and then they end a bit political. Some of them actually just ended erotical as well, because they thought it was so much fun to be a bit, yeah, but going back.
Going back. Okay.
Yes, going back.
Going back, yes.
One more?
Oh,
yes.
There, yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Hotel Excelsior in Berlin, close to Anhalter Bahnhof. And here
they had didn't they have a specific entrance?
They had a direct connection from the Bahnhof to the hotel, actually.
So you never had to go outside?
This was a Tanz restaurant. Well, a few words about the band leader here. Efim Schachmeister, that was his artist's name. He was born Efim Chaisovich in Kiev, and one of the many Eastern Jewish immigrants who came to Berlin and made interesting careers in the popular music industry. So he was a famous Tanzgeiger. He recorded thousands of records, I think, with this orchestra. Many Swedish singers, artists, went to Berlin to make good quality recordings, backed up by Schachmeister's band, in fact. We will listen to one piece. I have to warn you, because the text is not very, I mean, it wouldn't be considered as politically correct today, but it's very much Berlin of the 1920s.
It's called Ja bei den Hottentotten.
No? So.
Den Hottentotten, da tanzt man den Black Bottom mit anderen Tanzmarotten als bei uns zu Haus. Du darfst die schwarzen Puppen beim Tanzen nicht betuppen, sonst macht der Häuptling gleich aus dir nen Heringsschmaus. Ganz ohne Hemd und Socken und mit geölten Locken, am Bauch Bananenglocken springt man her und hin. Und wie die Hottentotten, so tanzen den Black Bottom die sehr geehrten Damen bald auch in Berlin.
Efim Schachmeister and his band. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So, of course, it's nothing we would do today, but it was also, I find it typical that they would start to use jazz, because that's exactly, they're interested in different things. And we'll actually, I'll get back to that towards the end, because there's a point to be made. Well, when you have used the jazz, and one other performer who prided himself with using jazz, and was early in his operettas, was Paul Abraham. He was born in Budapest in 1892, I think, but he was mainly famous, he became hugely famous in Berlin. And from 1930-ish until, of course, 1933, he was the most sought after and clever of operetta composers. The thing is, he happily used jazz interludes, which was new at the time, and he added, and his syncopations are less of a military kind. If you listen to Schachmeister, his syncopations are the Prussian syncopes. It's very march-like, whilst the band of Paul Abrahams is actually a bit more jazzy. So, and then of course he also has to write these, nowadays maybe not as politically correct lyrics, so we're going to listen to a bit from his operetta Victoria und ihr Husar, which actually is, the song is called Meine Mama war aus Yokohama. Right. Also, I'd say you'd hear something of scat singing in this towards the end. He goes dum 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 dum, which is, I mean, shows how fascinated Abrahams was of actually combining musical worlds, which might be the Jewish thing. I'm not sure it is, but it might be the idea of wanting to combine different musical worlds and make something new out of it. He then fled to. He fled to Cuba, and then he ended up in the States for a while. He actually had to go to a psychiatric hospital for a while, and then came back. I think he died in the 60s somewhere in Germany. But so Abraham was really important in tying these things together. On the other hand, he had to run in the 33, which kind of brings us to the end of our talk.
Yeah, Schachmeister escaped to Buenos Aires, where he died in, I think, in the 1950s.
Right.
So, there's an interesting connection over the Atlantic Ocean, so to speak. I mean,
when we get to this picture.
The transfer of both music and ideas. Because one of the interesting followers of Georg Simmel was this man, Franz Boas, the founder of American social anthropology, a very important person in the development of the social science generally. He grew up in a liberal Jewish milieu in Germany and was very much influenced by both Lazarus and Simmel. Once again, I'm back to this intellectual milieu around the Hochschule für die Wissenschaft des Judentums, which was not only in an internal Jewish institution. It functioned as a kind of meeting place or interface between the Jewish tradition of learning and the German academy, so to speak, and had an immense importance in the development of social sciences and the humanities generally, I would say.
Right. And also then to tie it back to the music, to end with this, is the fact that, so we have not mentioned Kurt Weill at all, as you noticed, which needs to be done. Because fascinatingly enough, during the time when he writes his Die Groschen Oper, and it's lots of jazz in it, he's in Europe. What I find fascinating is that when he also is forced to flee and comes to America, and this we will end with this song, he writes something for a musical called Lady in the Dark. I mean, he wrote My Ship and all these things, but the thing we're going to end with is The Dance of the Tumblers. Because fascinating enough, what he brings to America then, if he wrote jazz in Europe, he writes very Berlinish stuff in America. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I think that we will just 5 minutes if you need, but I prefer that we move on to Christina and end with the pity of it all. because we're running very late. So those of you who need to take a little break, do it. And otherwise, Christina von Braun will conclude our symposium. Okay, so we are going to conclude today's symposium, Jewish Berlin, the pity of it all. And since we're running, we started late and everything was a bit late, I have to ask everyone that once we're done with this session, please leave the house because of the Securitas, and a lot of things. The alarm is going out. So we were supposed to be here until 4. Now we're going to stay until 5, and we're very thankful that we can stay. But we will need to evacuate as soon as we're done with this program. So Christina von Braun will conclude today's discussion, and the topic of her conclusion is the pity of it all, ending of an era. Please follow our website, judiskultur.se, for follow and coming programs. This has been recorded also. They will be available on our site, and we will have a book with most of the contributions today and other essays related to the topic and from our coming and recent programs. So, Christina von Braun, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, everybody, for inviting me, and thank you for staying in spite of our late time. I hope you have one, in case you don't speak German, you have one of those handouts where you have the translation of document film excerpts I will be showing briefly. Does everybody have one? Okay. So in the last few hours, we've been talking of the great and innovative culture, life of Jewish Berlin during the Weimar Republic and before. And now, unfortunately, it's up to me to speak of the decline of this age. And it's really a hard task after what we've heard before. It came not quite unannounced, and many had warned for years against the strengthening of anti-Semitism, and a very concrete sign had been the assassination of Walter Rathenau in 1922. But even the forewarners were expecting, in the worst case, boycotts, pogroms, the kind of persecutions Jews had repeatedly been exposed for centuries. No one foresaw what was really going to happen, and this within a few years. The expulsion of Jewish citizens, their dismissal from office, the expropriation of their houses. No one imagined that synagogues would be set on fire by the state power itself. And above all, no one could imagine that people would be systematically selected and murdered. The explanations for the Shoah are diverse, and books that try to grasp how all that happened fill entire libraries. The explanatory figures range from social, neo-religious, economic patterns to psychoanalytical models, and each of these schemes is right and yet not the whole story. And you're not going to get it from me either. I'm just going to forward a few ideas on this. Many of these explanations also pay little heed to factors of longue durée. The term is generally used in the context of issues on memory, but that can be misleading because we connect with memory, consciousness, retrievable knowledge. Here, on the contrary, it is content that has been passed on unconsciously through different channels, rumors, images, legends, songs, and these contents exercise power over people's minds and emotions because they are passed on in an unconscious manner. Fact is that the imaginations the Nazis massively poured into the public space after 1933 had already circulated in people's minds long before. And these images blinded people. They made them see things that weren't there. Here's a booklet, for instance, entitled "Jews Are Looking at You." What does it contain? It does not show Jews looking at other people, Goyes, for instance, but rather spreads out a catalogue with portraits of famous Jews for anti-Semitic eyes. It has different chapters dedicated to blood Jews, lying Jews, deceitful Jews, destructive Jews, art Jews, money Jews. It's the anti-Semites who are the observers, have empowered themselves by turning Jews into the objects of their gaze. Not enough with this. Among the 70 portraits we find Karl Marx, Rosa Luxemburg, Leon Feuchtwanger, and Magnus Hirschfeld, all of them well-known Jews. But you can also find, for example, a portrait of Konrad Adenauer, the mayor of Cologne, not only a devout, but also a Catholic down to the deepest marrow. One might say an ethnic Catholic. The Nazis did not like him, and those who bought this book actually saw a Jew in Adenauer. That's what I mean when I say that for many, reality was overshadowed by imaginations covered up by ideology. So to understand some aspects of this period of decline and reversal, you also have to be concerned with the way that affects, emotions, and the senses get involved in history. To do this, you have to risk a glimpse into the collective psyche of a people, in this case of a population that in its majority was soon to elect, thus legally choose, a totalitarian murderous regime. It's not easy to look into the psyche of a convinced Nazi. They don't turn up in the cabinets of psychoanalysts. They don't lie on the couch and begin telling what went on within them. For the simple reason that the fantasies their emotions are based on would crumble as soon as they are put into words. So if you want to know what happened with their psyche, you have to try to put yourself in their place, identify with them, a highly uncanny project. As you know, the term uncanny signifies something which is familiar and disturbing, and it is frightening because it is so close to the self. So what one has to do is look for the anti-Semitic aspects within one's own psyche. I think that today, where so many political regimes came to power legally through lies and the insistence on alternative facts or felt truth, we have every reason to listen into ourselves. It may help us to understand what went on in those years in Germany. Would we have been one of those rejoicing at Nazi empowerment? Unless we were if we were non-Jewish, of course. Seen from today and with the knowledge we have now, we would say impossible, but we can't be sure. And risking this identificatory glimpse may be the best form of immunization. The circulating images of hate, some of which I will be showing as I speak, had mainly the function of turning one's own degradation into the debasement of others, of converting humiliation, be it real or imaginary, into hatred and the wish to exercise power over the other. This suggestive mechanism of victimizing oneself as an anticipated pre-justification for the attack on others is also currently trained by many right-wing movements. In order to familiarize yourself with the collective psyche of the time, you have to put yourself into the context of the time. that does not serve to excuse the perpetrators, but it helps to get an idea how these things came about. First, the external factors. Germany had lost the First World War. Above all, however, with the defeat and the abdication of the emperor, Germany had also lost its identificatory figure. On the one hand, the emperor was a real person, not particularly likable and highly pompous at that. But on the other hand, the emperor was also a symbolic figure. He was the incarnation of the Reich. No household in which his portrait wasn't hanging on the wall. As Ernst Kantorowicz taught us in his book, The King's Two Bodies, in all monarchies, the ruler embodies the immortal collective body of the community. Besides his natural mortal body, he represents what is called the body politic. At his death, his successor inherits his eternal symbolic body. In 1918, England had long since become a constitutional monarchy, and France had completely abolished its monarchy. Germany was different. It had only installed a national monarchy, the Reich, a few decades before. The disappearance of the emperor left a void that no democracy with representatives elected every few years could yet fill. With the disappearance of the emperor, it was as if the eternal Reich itself had vanished. And this is where the image of the eternal Jew came in. The collective psyche reacted by building a new eternity based on him. Thus, for many, hate, an emotion that can be just as strong as a feeling of love, became the foundation of a new Reich, a millennial kingdom. At the same time, this figure represented Jewish world conspiracy, a dark power ruling over the world. In the 1920s, he was called Rothschild. Today, the anti-Semites will call him Soros. Of course, such images were deliberately circulated by agitators, but they worked because of the historic context and because they had a long prehistory in the figure of Satan who rules the world. For the psyche of the individual, the vacuum left by the absent figure of the emperor meant that he or she no longer belonged to a coherent community. The security that is conferred by the fact of being part of a collective body was effaced. One felt as homeless as the wandering Jew, an enemy image that now affected the self and was, for this very reason, all the more frightening. Thus, the great promise of the National Socialists consisted in the creation of a new collective body, a new Heimat, homeland, with its identification figure of the Führer. They distributed the enemy image of the migrating Jew who sees his German homeland as Schnorrer, a scrounger. He nourished himself of the hard-won bread of the Germans. Similar ideas were projected onto Poland with its Jewish population. For years, conservative Germans had dreamt of the expansion of German Lebensraum, German life space, by occupying the countries to the east. But in the caricatures, it was the Poles in Jewish attirement who were colonizing Western Prussia. The insecurity about the idea of wholeland combined with economic uncertainty. Germany had to pay high reparations, as you know, and the state tried to solve the problem by printing money. A disastrous decision, as we now know. It brought the inflation of 1923. In addition, the vast majority of the German population had encountered paper money for the first time during the First World War. For them, real money was something that weighed in the pockets, not those scraps of paper. The American economist Irving Fisher, who visited Germany in the early 1920s and later coined the term money illusion, writes that of 20 German men and women who experienced price increases after World War I, 19 did not realize that money had lost its value. They thought that it was bread that had become more expensive. Only with the 1923 inflation, I quote, did it dawn on them overnight. The insociable Jewish banker was the ideal projection screen to avoid such cognitive processes. Added to paper money was the likewise new experience of the free market economy. In his book of 1944, The Great Transformation, the anthropologist Karl Polanyi describes the process of industrialization as, I quote, an economic earthquake that transformed vast masses of English rural population from sedentary people into shifting nomads in less than 50 years, end of quote. Until the beginning of the free market economy, he continues, quote, the economic activity of humans usually was embedded in the social relations of a community. But with the introduction of individual profit, society became an, I quote, appendage of the market. The introduction of the profit motive, which was to turn the community into a society, set in motion a mechanism, quote, comparable in its effects only with the wildest outbursts of religious zeal in history, end of quote. The British population experienced this upheaval early in the 19th century, Germany only towards the end of the 19th century. After the First World War, this uncertainty, too, was reflected in the image of the Jew who dominates economy. Polanyi, whose book appeared in 1944, comes to the conclusion at the end of his book that all the totalitarian states that suddenly made their appearance in the first half of the 20th century, most of them carried to power by popular movements or elections, had one great promise in common. They vowed that they would turn society back into community. This promise, he says, was at the root of all totalitarianisms, be they communist or national socialist. The uncertainty of modern economy was thus the second unconscious factor that influenced the German collective psyche and drove it into the arms of false promises of salvation. Today, with neoliberal economy, a similar willingness to fall for such vows seems on the rise. The third factor was the turmoil caused by changes in gender roles. With the first German Republic, created exactly 100 years ago, women were given the right to vote for the first time. Shortly after the war, they had gained access, before the war, they had gained access to academic education. German Jewish women had a pioneering role in the fight for education. As far as the electoral law was concerned, Germany was ahead of many other comparable countries. In the US, women received the right to vote on the federal level in 1920, and in France, they were granted the right to vote in 1944. Women accepted and made use of their new rights. They went to vote and they were elected. These are the first parliamentarians. And these, for the first time in history, women moved without hesitation at their own request in public space. And they had explicit political opinions. Here they marched for the USP, a socialist party. Before the election, everyone had expected them to vote conservatively. That was true for some, but by no means for everyone. Many conservative and also left-wing men were unsettled by this independence. They were deeply disturbed by the fact that women should be their equals, that they should have similar intellectual abilities and their own political judgment, that they even were able to stand economically on their own 2 feet. Most of these men understood the old gender roles as being natural. So for them, it was nature itself that was out of joint. Accordingly, these new women were defamed as unnatural, as non-authentic. They considered a foreign body that threatened the natural community and destroyed it from within. And it is in this respect that the image of the modern woman was in turn linked to the image of the Jew. He too was considered a foreign body, although Jews had obtained full citizenship right after the citizenship rights with the founding of the Reich, and they had acknowledged this with German patriotism and adaptation to German society. They were still considered foreigners. It was assimilation itself that made them look suspicious. At the beginning of the 19th century, when some Jews had chosen to be baptized, this was often called a mask, suggesting that the non-Christian was still hiding behind it. The same insinuation was now transferred to the Jewish body, and this is where my first film excerpt comes in.
Damit ließ sich etwa die Angst vor der Assimilation schüren. In der NS-Propaganda erscheint der Jude als Krankheitserreger, der sich, vergleichbar dem Gift der Syphilis, unmerklich in den arischen Volkskörper einschleicht.
Eine ganze Gruppe von polnischen Juden, eben noch Kaftanträger und nun in westeuropäischer Kleidung, bereit, sich in die westliche Zivilisation einzuschleichen. Natürlich wissen sich diese Ghetto-Juden zunächst noch nicht richtig in den sauberen europäischen Anzügen zu bewegen. Etwas besser können es diese Berliner Juden. Ihre Väter und Großväter haben zwar auch noch im Ghetto gelebt, aber davon merkt man nun äußerlich nichts mehr. Hier in der zweiten und dritten Generation hat die Assimilation ihren Höhepunkt erreicht. Darin liegt die ungeheure Gefahr. Denn auch diese assimilierten Juden bleiben immer Fremdkörper im Organismus ihres Gastvolkes, so sehr sie ihm äußerlich ähnlich sehen.
The prejudices against the new Jewish and the new female bodies reinforced each other, especially in female Jewish intellectuals like Rosa Luxemburg. Thus, the race researcher Otto Hauser, whose history of Judaism was later a work of reference for the National Socialists, writes in an essay of 1932, quote, "In no other people do we find as many male women and female men as among the Jews. That is why so many Jewish women are pushing for male jobs, studying everything from law, medicine to theology, becoming group and political representatives. If one looks at the secondary sex characteristics of these Jewish women, you perceive that with well 2/3 of them, sex differences are blurred. A beard is very common, the breasts, however, are underdeveloped, the hair remains short," end of. Such ideas were reinforced by the enemy image of the intellectual per se, sometimes also named literat. Both terms refer to book culture and became synonyms for Jewish. The term intellectual, the career of which began with the Dreyfus affair and Émile Zola's J'accuse, gradually took on a positive connotation in France, initially defamatory against the writers and citizens involved in the rehabilitation of Dreyfus. It later referred in a positive way to critical thinking and judgment. In Germany, it was different. The term intellectual was used in the sense of degenerate. It connoted destruction, Zersetzung, and betrayal. And it was used in a negative sense both by the left and the right. For the left, the intellectual referred to the betrayal of class solidarity, and the part for the right, the intellectual was the traitor to the fatherland. A well-known calendar verse from 1934 read, "Out with this world, the evil with its Jewish glare, never can a man of German nature be an intellectual." Nie kann ein Mann von deutschem Wesen ein Intellektueller sein. No. Oh, sorry, no, now we have the next film excerpt.
Das Zeitalter eines überspitzten jüdischen Intellektualismus ist nun zu Ende. Unter Durchbruch der deutschen Revolution hat auch dem deutschen Weg wieder die Gasse freigemacht. Und der kommende deutsche Mensch wird nicht nur ein Mensch des Buches, sondern auch ein Mensch des Charakters sein. Und deshalb tu dir gut daran, um diese mitternächtige Stunde den Ungeist der Vergangenheit den Flammen anzuvertrauen. Das ist eine starke, große und symbolische Handlung.
The agitators of political emotions, as I like to call them, I don't think the term populist is very helpful, have always been eager to occupy the area of culture. We are experiencing something similar today with the AfD in Germany. Culture is an area where critical thinking can be trained, but is also suitable as a breeding ground for images with which the collective imaginary can be fed with emotions. The images of the destructive Jewish intellectual superimposed with the pictures of the poisonous Jewish blood. The Jew became the pathogen that poisoned both the Aryan spirit and the Aryan blood. These pictures were soon of central importance for the race laws banning sexual intercourse with Jews. The images of blood became the base for the most important and powerful fantasies reigning ideas of homogeneity. The idea had already come up with nationalism, which conceived of the national community as a collective consanguinity and which reinforced the idea that there was no one on the other side of pure blood. On the other side, there was only unclean blood. This concept of the nation as a collective blood community was widespread throughout Europe. It did not miss its effect on Jews either. We find the topic quite extensively with Franz Rosenzweig as well as with Martin Buber, who both fought in the 1920s for a renewal of the Jewish religion by appealing to the Blutsgemeinschaft of the Jews. Rosenzweig even used similar demarcations against bloodless Christians as the Nazis did against bloodless Jewish intellectuality. The crucial difference, however, was that Rosenzweig or Buber developed a model of thinking that would allow modern Jews to believe in their religious community, while the National Socialists, with their model of a racial community, by no means appealed to belief and a denomination, but rather to what they considered a biological fact which only needed to be pushed through. So in spite of the fact that the idea of a national community of blood was widespread, racist anti-Semitism remained a mainly German concept. It came from this yearning of a homogeneous blood community. In the anti-Semitic images of the racial community, the longue durée of unconscious memories becomes particularly evident. They are taken from a reservoir that consists almost exclusively of Christian narratives. Indisputably, religions contribute significantly to the emergence and consolidation of communities. But with their immortality project, which has little to do with demonstrable facts and much with felt truths, they are also particularly well suited for supplying the collective imaginary with ideal images of the self and the defamatory images of the other. The Christian religion in particular, with its metaphor of the cross, assigning a central role to the idea of the pure blood of the Savior, opens up a whole spectrum for the idea of a racially pure blood community. As my last excerpt. And I think if you don't speak German, you should Looking back, we can see how much these theater productions, for which there were extensive scripts with directional instructions, I saw one of them in the Munich State Library, owe to Christian iconology. But it is not certain that these aspects were also apparent to contemporaries. The contemporaries, at least those who saw their salvation in National Socialism, did not make any art historical or religious historical comparisons, nor did they recognize in the ceremonies the gender perspective of a masculinity ideal devoid of any female presence. Rather, they wanted to believe directly, to see and recognize salvation in these productions, and to find in them that old feeling of community that had been lost. Many of us are now convinced to be immune to this kind of staging, but current developments seem to show that this immunity is less self-evident than we would like to think.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you very much. Thank you, Christina von Braun, Emily Bilski, Chana Schütz, Peter Jelavich. I'm just getting very tired now. Aris Fioretos, Lars Dencik, Monika Nagler, Wittgenstein, Alexander Freudenthal, Anders Hammarlund. Thank you, dear audience, for coming. Oh, and joining us on that special day. We're happy to see you again on our coming programs. I think we have a lot of things to reflect over going from this place today. Thank you very much.